Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our run with Early Start DLC. Having taken out a significant amount of loan, we're rushing towards running a clothing factory at full tilt, hopefully soon, so that we may make some money. Currently setting up water and sewage handling, plus its accompanying technical service, so that we can have this work correctly. And once that is in place, we should probably... Oh god. Temperature low. Please work. Come on. You must heat up. The heat exchanger is okay, but... I think I'm going to research the cold resistance first, if that is an actual issue. That seems pretty rough. Heat exchangers at 35% and struggling to keep these buildings warm. Could be due to range. Oh yeah, certainly could. Yeah, we're gonna research cold resistance. Weatherproofing education looks like it's going to be a must. That is pretty bad. 78% health. And winter's just starting, so... the heating plant is working fine, it's just... the heat exchanger isn't running well enough. It is the range to the other buildings, basically. He's playing tunes like the 16th century Cramphorn Baby. Hello, Lobo. Welcome. Well, this is looking quite bad. I feel like these houses might retain heat better, but only if you actually already are at like a warm temperature. I don't know. I'm gonna write that down as a report, I think. This is quite problematic for our survivability this run. But yeah, we have spent a research point on weatherproofing education, hoping that it's going to resolve the temperature issue. The small heating plant seems fine. This has 700 cubic meters of heat water tank. And it's also not heating anymore, like it is basically full. The heat exchanger is full. You're playing this DLC this early? Is that early access to squad bugs or review thing? Review is not out yet. There's an embargo for reviews until like on release day. but streamers already have access to it. Don't know the relation of heat capacity and heat retention. Does it go down the same amount? I don't know. I'm just wondering why we have like a full heat exchanger, but this building that's definitely within range doesn't seem to gain any temperature. It's just stuck there in perpetuity. There's an embargo, but you can stream it openly. I said there's a review embargo, but streamers have access to it for streaming. No reviews allowed though. Value proposition can be established once the full version is out. You don't know what the difference is between a stream and a review? Well, I'm sorry to hear that then. I'm not giving you a review of the game. I'm just playing and showing you what's there, but I'm not myself telling you that you should or shouldn't buy this. I'm not making those statements. I might need another heat exchanger, but maybe the weatherproofing education will be sufficient. 300 meters for those houses might be quite far though. We should be seeing our own highly educated people popping up soon. And then we don't have to worry about the replacement of highly educated citizens inside Gugoshny. I mean, they don't want people to tell... They don't want people to tell... Like, they don't want publications or reviewers or whatever to tell other people whether they should buy it or not yet based on what's there, because it's still not done. But we can still look at what is done, because it's giving you a good overview of what to expect. And I take it significantly as part of testing, the testing process, which I noticed that I like to do on stream a lot more. Not really, no. Is it showing too much? Okay, most workers go to the heating plant and fire station. I would expect this to like try and push more towards being heated. But even this building's at 71% health. Okay, this one's at 80% now, even with the complaints about temperature. Now this one's complaining. Maybe it is about smaller buildings on this map and the large buildings are gonna be tough. I'm wondering about placing just smaller heating plants in here to deal with this. Okay, it's not dropping much below 15, but yeah, we will definitely need the tech. Which should do well once we have it. We surely need more workers researching. Why is there so few workers here? Probably because it's 10 degrees. Yeah, look at that, like... The heat water tank is struggling a lot. Ugh. No stopping production, come on. Don't know where all the workers are. There's 140 or 128 regular workers here. I wonder if they might be ignoring those buildings because of the temperature. %43 health. Let's see what your work shift will do with your 94% health. After the free time, I think. You visited a doctor? And you gain 12% health. Your free time has started. Food, meat, drink alcohol. What's gonna happen to your health? Didn't drop, still at 94. I don't know. It could be that we have to just build everything with small heating plants inside the settlement. And a large heating plant that far away is not helpful. We're not losing that much temperature from the distance. It's still at 84 degrees, so I wouldn't expect this to be too much affected. It has lost 5 degrees of its heat water tank, so it should still be fairly capable. But it's not able to heat up the building that much. I'm gonna make that a safe, because that is weird, I think. I think this building should not have any temperature issues whatsoever. Don't think there's a significant difference to the heat water tank versus how many people are living in there. Yeah, this one has a hot water tank of 3 cubic meters for 50 people. This one has 10 cubic meters, which is a lot more. $14 cubic meters for 200 people. Like, this building is also struggling very close to an issue, and it is so close to the heat exchanger. Brick buildings should be pretty good at retaining heat, I think. Well, I guess we made a decision on what research to get first. So be it. Hello George Rockland, hello Zadius. Welcome. Is the warehouse north of Bugu-Godonsk already delivered by train? Yes. It's waiting until unloaded for food. Which means we're running out of fabric more quickly. So I'm probably going to wait until unloaded for fabric instead. Apparently we're running through fabric quicker than food with the clothing factory. Did we not have room for more clothing? No, we didn't. Huh, I guess I might have to change another train car to clothing. Maybe not. If I wait for fabric, it's probably fine. Yes, it's a separate train. It's already supplied. We're not driving stuff here by truck. Okay, now it's minus 44 degrees. Temperature's at 13, which is pretty bad. The wood train is getting too difficult? Well, the wood train wouldn't haul citizen goods. The wood train is still going to the construction storage over here. That one is also still running, but it's a different train. They transport different types of material. I didn't put everything into one train. I could have made this one longer, but the citizen good trains are not really supposed to be super long. At least I haven't planned for that. We could still do that at some point, I guess. Okay. Only one truck now transporting meat here. of waiting until unload is set. And I hope we can get that tech soon. So far no one has left, but they're really struggling with happiness and health. Looking pretty grim. Okay, here it's 63 years now, still not below 60. Probably need a heat exchanger here. Make sure these houses are better supplied. And then we can keep our core residential area in that location. And maybe have some small heating plants dotted around. I don't know. Hello, it's Simon. Welcome. Is the pollution test still going? Right now everyone's struggling with heating. Happiness is dropping rapidly for lack of heating. They're not leaving, but they're getting super unhappy. And now the heat exchanger was burning for a bit, so temperatures dropped below 0 for a brief moment. Great game, absolutely great. Good on G. Okay. Guess when it gets warmer at some point, we hope the research finishes. 28% happiness. And yeah, then see if this improves the quality of life for the people living here. Right now they're all dropping in life expectancy a lot. And we might have to invest in some local heating plants, because this doesn't seem to work that well right now. Even though this should be. I'm gonna make a screenshot of that, because that's kinda crazy. There's this thing with a distance of like 78 meters can't keep the pub warm. That's really, really strange. I'm gonna post that right now. I don't need to be informed about clothing, because that's just export. Unable to get food because they're not being productive enough anymore. So it's basically going into a death spiral right now. I don't know what all the workers are doing. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. Building without drinking water, well, that's a different thing entirely. We're working on that too. In fact, only this building has to finish construction for that to be fixed. %, happiness. Yeah, pretty bad. Maybe it works better if we have 2 heat exchangers feeding temperature into these. 49%, what happened? Heating doesn't work. The heat exchanger is at 85 degrees, but the houses don't draw enough temperature for themselves. Meaning that these people here have 16% happiness. And it's not working that well for them. So I'm researching weatherproofing education to try and help with that, but I wonder if these large buildings are not really made for Siberia, which would be a bit of a problem. I think this might be something incorrect. On the smaller setting with the heat being planted directly in the settlement, we are good to like further away buildings, but they're also lower density. I haven't built a medium density house here, I don't think. Hmm. 11% happiness, 10%. It's not sustainable. Maybe I'll just build a small heating plant in here. Throw out the heat exchanger, just use small heating plants inside the city instead. Don't think building the large heating plant in the city would be a good idea, but having multiple smaller ones, maybe we can use that. Okay, I guess we'll build heating plants here. Looks like we have water now. Good. That means the technical service for bringing water can pick up locally. Should make water deliveries more efficient. And then sewage as well. Sewage is also almost hooked up. Not quite yet. Okay, now they're leaving at 6% happiness. Because the temperature is still low. That's a bit of a problem. I wonder if the small heating plant's gonna fix that. And we might just tear up the large heat exchanger, heating plant, leave the factory here plus the gravel processing. If we do that, then I guess we could maybe consider putting an asphalt and concrete plant here at some point. Putting a new gravel processing plant with the asphalt concrete plant and loading station factored in. Well, temperature is going back to 20. Okay, and it's dropping back to 30, minus 30. 5% happiness. Uh, Let me check the internal temperature on these houses if there's anyone that also shows a significant drop. These ones are further away, but they're still at 20, so with the heating plant in range directly, they seem to be okay, even at further distances. They drop a little bit, but it's low quality roll flats, that's fine. I guess we're gonna try and set up for the next low temperature by just providing more heating plants here inside the city, because it looks like the other buildings didn't struggle too much being right next to the heating plants, so these ones are not doing great at all. It's minus, like, this is fine. Heat exchanger works fine. It's just a transmission to the other buildings that isn't. Yeah, we'll try that. Switching over to different heating plants. I guess the next time we'll also have the weatherproofing education, which should keep them safe at around 13 degrees Celsius, but it still dropped them below that at some point. I hope the local heating plants will work. Having to tear up the other heating is not great, but if it works, I guess it's fine. Looking pretty grim. If the small heating plants also don't work for the medium and high density housing, then this whole idea of having a larger city with the brick buildings doesn't currently work on Siberia, which would be unfortunate. Like, I can understand maybe these buildings being slightly too far away, but 200 meters. But this one should definitely not have that problem. It's below 150. Even the pub is like struggling. This is not normal. This is way too cold. So yeah, this might not work. Gotta see what happens with the small heating plants then, I guess. I don't think I have any buses here. No? What the hell? Now it's 17 degrees and it's fine. I looked away for a brief moment. I think there's something weird with the calculation. We're gonna have to do some look at that because I need to look at the VOD real quick because this is kind of interesting right now. It should be fixed before release, I think, because that doesn't seem normal. So I want to look in my own VOD, and because I looked away, I want to see how the temperature actually just changed. I think I had it open. Yeah. Okay, so minus 30, 16 degrees inside that building. Minus 23, that's at 20-ish. Okay, I'll link that. Sorry about that. But I think that's important. This doesn't seem to behave normal. Maybe we'll fix it with direct connections to the heating plants. Maybe it works then. Interesting. I wonder if they're trying to simulate those as being more inefficient than other buildings, which would be a bit odd, I think. I don't think the weatherproofing tech is going to solve this at all. It's going to negate some part of it, but it's mostly going to help the village. Well, We'll find out once the other heating plants have been built, I guess. Especially with the other houses planned nearby. I'll have to set up cold storage and transportation for all of them. Could still leave that up here, but probably makes sense to relocate it. And if that works, then I guess we would turn off the large heating plant, see if the small ones are sufficient enough to keep the city heated. And if that's true, then yes, the large heating plant will be destroyed because it doesn't do enough. It's not good enough. Pretty bad for the morale of the Republic and the population count. But hey, at least in Kukoshni, our village has had no impact for that whatsoever, I think. I mean, we can check the happiness and see if there's a building that dropped as significantly as the villages did. The people living close to the heating plant and those that had a little bit more heating issues further away seem to still be okay at like close to 50%. But yeah, the ones living here, not that happy. Oh right, there's the bus. That should be assigned locally. Maybe you can actually help with the building construction. Sure. Should be a lot faster now. Guess we can start building the police station over here. Wouldn't really start without any police cars, but the courthouse and the police station inside Godonsk is one of the next few things we need, and then a prison. I think it's... Oh right, we also don't have the question between small and large prison. We have an old prison that can hold 120 people. I guess that makes sense. Okay, we will just have to see if we can persevere. There's not much we can change in regards to that. We will just have to see if we can set up the smaller heating plants, which worked fine in our village settlement, and if direct heat provision from a heating plant solves the issue of the houses not heating up well enough. If that doesn't solve the issue, then yes, this whole large city won't really work. We are researching the weatherproofing to make it a little bit more bearable, but I think during the coldest of times, it's still not going to be good enough. They didn't really die from the cold, so the weatherproofing should be good enough to make it bearable for most of the year, I think. But that remains to be seen. Do we have footpaths? I didn't look. We do not. Well, the houses that we're building can walk and work inside the prison. Walk to and work inside the prison. So I guess that should be okay. Okay. And a courthouse. And a police station. Courthouse. Only one available. No road connection for that one, which is cool. Not flattening this. Not so great, but it should still be fine. Okay, sewage discharge is also ready, so we can hook that up. Now the trucks don't have to drive far anymore at all. The sewage should not keep piling up. Yeah, I guess that'll do. A police station for the city next to the prison. Pretty large buildings for that. Let's see if we can get the 2 heating plants going and if that makes any difference. No workers in here either. The balance is so short. I'm gonna let you work wherever you want again, but we will have to monitor the shopping center because that's kind of important that that one remains fully staffed. But please, someone go to the kindergarten and work there too. That's the technical service for water. Seems fine. If we need more water or sewage, we can do that. Double up if necessary, but I think a single truck should still be enough for the city for quite a while. The heating plants have priority, like work on the heating plants for now. Okay, still enough people in the shopping center, but it's struggling. We also started losing some citizens in here now. I mean, once these heating plants are up, it's gonna be like... they will have access to 2 heat sources. If that's fine with both of them able to heat these houses, we can temporarily turn off the large heat exchanger, or at least like the large heating plant. If that then is also still enough, then the small heating plants work well enough, and we can hopefully just rely on them. First small heating plant is almost up. Why do I always hear a duck? It's the cars. It's the vehicles. Not these ones. The Russobalts have that as a horn. So they're honking when they get in a traffic jam. And unfortunately right now they're a little bit too loud. Even if the vehicles are far away from the camera. I might have to get the increased birth rate tech as well. Because we're really struggling with population after that issue. I thought it would have been a lot safer. There's some honking bricks. Five months of non-winter time have begun. Let's see if we can set up some extra heating. And also finish the technology. As people get more happy, we can have more professors researching again. Still need to get some students to finish their education though. Hello, Mr. Boy. What are the differences in early start DLC? We're started in 1930 instead of 1960. We have older vehicles, steam locomotives, new older buildings, some different crafting recipes for example for electronics made out of wood instead of plastic. The vehicles don't seem to require plastic for repairs. And yeah. Double the play length basically. More focus on trains because of the low carry capacity for road vehicles. And a more village oriented playstyle. More challenging logistics. And trucks that sound like a duck. Alright, there's the heating plant. I think I'll just reuse vehicles that we already have. No need to buy any new ones at the moment. And the same source storage, because we're not technically needing more coal. We're just relocating it to different heating plants. And then we have to wait for November again and see if that has helped. We're not gonna know before that. This one also needs to finish. have to probably have another building with highly educated people to then actually start running the police station. I'll worry about that once we have police cars. Not right now. I think I'm gonna let the other heating plant run out, so we have an immediate comparison of like what it is with just the small heating plant. The heat exchanger in the large heating plant should run out until it gets really cold again. Should be draining the temperature from this. A little bit problematic with how far the coal is away, I guess. Could run into problems that way. Make sure we deactivate the police station once it has received its last delivery of boards. Hello Schlendrian, welcome. Wait. Oh, they only have one brake light. I was wondering. Okay. Interesting. New DLC out already? For streamers, yes. The DLC will drop on Thursday. For everyone. I think we have to set another building to only highly educated. I have to wait another week, yeah. Temperature from the large heating plant slowly draining. We will have to turn that on if the small heating plants aren't enough in and of themselves. A little bit problem with like excess of footpath range here. Should probably upgrade the footpath leading to this place. before it gets cold again, so they can get there faster. How do steam trains work? Do they have stations now where they refill coal and water? Yes. They have coaling stations. There's water, there's coal. Steam trains measure their fuel capacity in coal only, so you do not see their water level. But they refuel themselves only if water is available, and they also use water for refueling. So it will drain the water. But yeah, the steam trains it just says you have that much coal left. And the water is implicit. And so far there's quite a lot of steam locomotives. Working on train infrastructure mod right now. Different type of fuel is probably going to be interesting for that. Might set up another small heating plant here. Look at that, full clothing factory. I think we need another truck now. Don't think the clothing factory is happy with only one vehicle now. Still have to wait until unloaded with the fabric, but the rest is fine. Previous was like that they fake coal like that, had diesel stations with a small amount of fuel storage, but also coal and vehicles would take the coal. Yeah, and like same with like food for animals, it was crops, but it also needed a little bit of fuel to work. Fuel was like the indication for the building to make it work as a refueling station, but they could actually consume the crops then after. From what I remember. Okay, we need the buses to focus on the footpaths again. Kick the heating plant out, focus on the footpaths. That's your job. And maybe I need a few extra buses to help with construction of the houses. Otherwise we're just bringing workers in from Gugoshny. I don't think I have any in a depot right now. No. Where are you? Okay. Are there other steam vehicles too other than rail? No. Not that I know. I haven't tried ships yet. But there's no road steam vehicles. I don't think ship either. Fuel imports are so expensive. But hey, at least clothing is making a profit now. It's not quite at the level yet where we can make back the expenses for fuel. But at least we can keep expanding. And sometimes the clothing factory is full of workers. We just need to increase that time and keep running our train of export. We were on a steamboat on May 1st, that was fun. I can see that, yeah. Did it have a steamboat? I guess it had the propellers on the sides, right? Paddle boat, like paddle steamer, I think they're called. Yep. Have windows so that you can see the wheels from inside too, almost like a washing machine. Ah, okay. Yeah. Just putting holes in the hull so people can see what's going on. Very luxurious. Yeah, we'll get the tech for increased birth rate, I guess. I don't see any other way. I mean, the alcohol would help with health going back up to 90 probably. but we have issues with it dropping way below 80 during winter. I mean, this might be enough, but this plus the heating plant replacement. Still seems quite bad. I might add 2 more train cars for fabric and clothing. I thought food would get used up so much quicker. Why is food consumption that low? Okay. Send more workers. Come on. Also used to be a steam river boat thingy where they laid out chains in the river and the boat would pull itself along the chain. Ah yeah, yeah. I mean, I've seen that with ropes for ferries, not for a steam river boat. One more work day. Once that footpath has been built, we could move people into this house. I don't want to get more migrants. It's just gonna be too expensive. We'll probably just get the Tech 4 increased birth rate and see if we can make that work for us. Weatherproofing will keep us stable for longer. Still losing money. What's the wood price doing? Dropping even further. Horrible. Gravel price is now also dropping. Quarried stone. Maybe we have to invest into that food factory setup first, importing crops by train and then exporting food. We could use a train station as a storage for crops instead of a silo. Having the train unload crops, wait for unloaded, and loading the food at the same time could work. With the clothing factory now being full soon, that might be something we can think about doing. Having just a factory train, or like, I guess it could be a warehouse train station like this, and have the food factory and distillery connected to it. Other options include ships, but I think trains might be cheaper. Yeah, like, what's going on? Why is the food consumption so ridiculously low? Are we bringing food here with a different distribution office? No, we're just loading clothing here. I mean, we're still below 1,000 citizens. The settlement is still quite small. It needs population growth. I'm not going to change anything in regards to how much food we have available in excess. Did you say it's time for ships? No, Mega Monkey, I did not. We had heating issues. Like, the pub dropped to 14 degrees in winter. And this thing was at 85 degrees. So I'm hoping we can make this work with small heating plants now. I turned off the large heating plant. I'm gonna see if it works or not. If that doesn't work, then I'm gonna turn the large heating plant on again. And we're gonna try both at the same time, and if that doesn't work, then something isn't right with these buildings. For some reason. Love the heating challenge of Siberia. It was not the heating challenge of Siberia. It was something really, really odd. Like, this building is very close to the heat exchanger. And it was constantly at low temperature. We had the happiness drop down to 5% in the building. It should not have behaved that way. So I think there's something wrong with medium and high density housing when it comes to using those in Siberia. I'm hoping that it's like in relationship to a heat exchanger and not to a dedicated heating plant. But of course we will only see that in a moment when it gets really cold again. and building small heating plants inside the city. Because it worked in our village. We had no heating problems in the village. It was low density housing, but it was fine over 200 meters far away. The low density houses at the end of the settlement, these ones, struggled a little bit. But they're quite far away. Everything else was fine. This settlement was an absolute mess. The highly educated workers did not have that many issues, but they were 50 meters away. Maybe you're really supposed to not use high density housing. I'm not sure. It seems a little bit much. We're still on the attempt of like making a consistent profit, which hasn't happened yet. And then that unfortunate consequence has thrown a little bit of a damper into that attempt. We've decided on weatherproofing education and probably increased birth rate, skipping the alcohol tech and even the distribution officers for now. Letting the highly educated numbers go up a little bit. Weatherproofing education should be a real big benefit for the map though. It doesn't really change the temperature inside the buildings. They will still warn about low temperature, but people are more resilient, up to like 13 degrees temperature inside the buildings, at least previously. So we should see less of a negative for them. Can you like... You're set to go 50% to other buildings. Send some people to the kindergarten, for crying out loud. What is your problem? 22 people can't work. If we send 10 workers to the kindergarten, we can make all 22 people work. So a bit of a mess to run. Didn't expect anything else, I guess. But I'm interested to see if it is going to get better. The temperature for the large heating plant is completely gone. It's now ambient temperature, basically. You're making progress on the second city. Well, hopefully. Four degrees in August. The issues seem to happen when it gets colder than minus 20 degrees. So we'll see what happens. We also are struggling with the distribution of workers to different buildings. Like, there's not enough people in the heating plant. Lurk again till 22:05. Hello, Project 7. Welcome. Hello, Sancho. 22nd is so soon. Thursday already, yeah. It's almost here already, like... I can feel the early start DLC already, like, right in front of me. I'm sorry. So, Mega Monkey, you said wood is always profitable, right? Yeah, no. It's horrible. Still is. Made 16,500 on board exports last year, plus the reduction in construction material cost. I'm not sure how much of the fuel is our logging camp vehicles and maintenance and whatever. But there's a lot of overhead. Excellent. Lies. Use ships to export. Oh. Why would I do that? To get higher profits from it. True, I guess. Oh god. I don't know if we can go to the east from here. If it's only the west, it doesn't really help us that much. I mean, we can still get construction materials from the west, I guess. And I'm also not quite sure what ships we have access to right now anyway. We have this one at a Zvezda cargo ship. 2,800 tons. Or a tanker ship. I'm not sure how large it is. I don't think it's a river boat. Which is 150 tons. I think this is a proper sized large ship. Ships are so expensive, yes. This one is valued at 850,000. I don't think we can make that back with wood exports. Now we do have coal and iron here, so a steel mill could be possible. So steel exports could then be carried from the steel mill down into the harbor area and also exported at some point. It could be a potential source for a lot of income. Come on, finish the electric substation. Is the harbor also expensive? It needs much steel? I don't think the buildings for a harbor are that expensive. $74 tons for the dock. And then a large harbor, yeah, 150 tons. It is pretty expensive, yeah. 100,000 rubles probably for both. And they eat a lot of fuel. And fuel is like one of the things we have trouble with. We could set up a harbor for fuel imports, pumping harbor, by ship. Is it possible to do shenanigans with the fuel and oil prices? No. Not right now. The game really wants me to have something to do with fuel and oil. Which is over there, and so far away. Alright, almost done with the substation. The electronic components are going to be the slowest bit of that. Everything else will be fine. And the water substation and sewage tank can get all the resources locally. I guess we could tell the construction offices that they can pick up from the warehouse. I don't see a downside with that. So I am thinking of unlocking increased birth rate, but I'm also worried that with the heating plants right next to the residential buildings now, we are going to run into the issue of pollution here. Didn't happen in the village though, so I'm not sure. So the debate between vitamins, increased birth rate and alcohol standards is kinda open. I don't know if you're here, Project 7, right now, but I don't know what you think about my setup of, like, my house next to the heating plant. It's so nice. Very historical. Toasty. Hey, they don't have any heating issues, alright? It's perfect. So the large heat exchanger is currently off. And we'll see what happens. Just a small heating plant here. The other one starting up as soon as we have electricity, which is just waiting on electronic components and steel deliveries from the customs house because Gogoshny got assigned for some reason. So alcohol improvement could stabilize our health between 80 and 90. Vitamins could stabilize our health during the coldest times of winter, and also with the heating plants being right next to residential buildings, help with that. Increased birth rate could make up the shortfall during after crises and just like deal with everything. We just get more people, would also be fine. Does create some population spikes and some dips in the population pyramid and stuff like that, but especially with very low population counts like we have right now. Two more weeks-ish, 3 weeks I guess, before the snow comes back. Doesn't work. What a shame. I am thinking of, depending on how much content there will be added on release day, I'm thinking about restarting. It depends, I guess. Probably not necessary, but it remains to be seen if the heating situation resolves itself. I think we need that other heating plant to be up and running. Okay, we got the electronic components delivered. Good. Now we just need the substation to be built, and then people to walk to the heating plant, which currently there's no one in range until we move people into this flat. I'll get some migrants. Build that substation. Looks like they're not sending workers to the heating plant anymore if there's no electricity, which is new, I think. I don't remember that behavior. I thought they would still send workers even if they can't work. There's the electricity, and now workers are walking to the heating plant. Could use a few more. Alright. It's October. Shouldn't get too cold yet, but in November we should see temperature drop to -20 and below, and then I guess we would find out in regards to how the heating situation will be. And if the small heating plants are sufficient, we'll switch. If they're insufficient, we'll turn on the large heating plant, see if it is sufficient. If that is also not working, then I don't know what to do. We have both heating plants plus the weatherproofing tech. We have to be over we have to be over 13 degrees. 13 degrees is fine for us now, I think. Oh man, I hope coal's gonna be enough. I mean, we did fill up 2 heating plants full of coal. They're not dropping that quickly. -14 should still be fine. -17 was okay. Once it got over -20 or below -20, issues were noticeable. I mean, with the heating plant, we're a lot hotter. Oh, not a lot. It looks like we're over 90, but it's not actually true. Unless this display stops at 89. This one says we're like at 92 degrees. Maybe even 95 or even 100. Come on, temperature. Go down. And if the small heating plants are sufficient, yeah, tear up the existing setup, replace it with small heating plants all around in the city, and hope that the pollution doesn't get too bad. I'll keep the city temperature on. Because that's the important part right now. Even these two should now be fine. I don't think they drop below 13 degrees. But I think they did drop to 13 degrees, which was an issue before the tech. Still not going to sell any electronics. Not necessary. There's no real demand for it. No one's complaining about the lack of electronics. I think we had 3 people in the beginning, fresh migrants, complaining about it once, and then they kept quiet. Minus 27. The houses are holding better. I think they're fine this time. They're looking a lot better. Let's wait until we get to minus 30 and then I'm gonna make another screenshot for the Discord. Okay, this might be safe. Pollution is already a factor, which probably is in the city. So maybe we have to go for the vitamins. Or just increase birth rate. We can make any population drop with increased birth rate. Vitamins would keep health up and I think also happiness that way. Reduce the stress on the hospitals. But increased birth rate would have more versatility. Now I wonder if the same thing would happen with a small heating plant and a small heat exchanger. If it's like an issue with the large heating plant. That I don't know. We will need so many people more to run the police station, courthouse and prison. Still have to build a lot of houses here. And I guess wait for them to be built. Yeah. Pollution seems to affect this place more. It's November. Should be dropping to minus 30 and below soon. Like the health in that building right next to the heating plant is still 88%. Happiness 43% is perfectly fine. It's an additional flat here. It's sure, once the city grows fast enough, then that's going to be like an overflow for us. I still need more people to actually staff the university. They're not really prioritizing the university at all right now. Okay. Minus 32. We'll make that a picture. That means I guess I'll tear that one down and we'll just rely on small heating plants. It is a bit of a waste, I guess. We're gonna empty out this heating plant and then, yeah, tear down the heating pipe, heat exchanger, and I'm just gonna use small heating plants for now. We could also leave it, because at some point I guess there's gonna be like maybe a patch. And then we could try it with the large heating plant again. And tear down the small heating plants. Yeah, this is so much more stable. Minus 35. We didn't even need the insulation technology. We're gonna have so much room. Like, instead of setting up like heat exchangers, we just build a small heating plant. Done. And deal with a little bit extra pollution. Think of the savings not building all the pipes. Yeah. It's a lot. Pipes are usually more expensive than the heating plant itself. The only downside with this is that we will have no real easy overview to see how much heating capacity we're already using. Like with the heat exchanger, you can see it quite conveniently. But with a heating plant, you don't get that overview. Yeah, the benefit is, I guess, we don't need a... Well, I wonder if the clothing factory could also be directly in the city. Like this whole setup, like just everything integrated right in the city. Don't care about pollution. Increase population growth and be done with it. For a steel mill, it might be a bit much. Well, then I guess the insulation tech might have been a little bit of a waste of a tech for us. I will throw in the increased birth rate. 900 workdays is not that long. Yeah, distribution offices will have to wait. I assume we can get the settlement to grow us to 2,500 citizens. Maybe the next larger village can have its own castle. Well, it's dropping to close to minus 40. We should check when it's like at minus 40 and colder, just to make sure. But overall, this looks very promising. You know what? No, I should wait. Wait for some more highly educated people, I think. Don't let this drop down too much. We are limited by the amount of highly educated we allow into houses. At some point this house is gonna be full. No one's allowed to move in right now. Anywhere, I guess. Should probably check that. And yeah, when that house is full and all the other houses are full that have the checkbox set for highly educated, then they can't move into the buildings for the other people. We're limiting the amount of highly educated by the fact that the checkboxes we're setting. We're not micromanaging the university. At some point there's going to be a lot of highly educated that don't have any flat to move into. Which I guess could be bad in and of itself. But if that happens, we can reduce the amount of workers inside the university to produce a few less. I just don't want the highly educated spreading out across like everywhere. Especially villages should only have as many highly educated people as necessary, and the rest should be people with a regular education. Population growth is recovering. We did have to bring in some migrants, but not that many. I brought in 50 for the new building here, just to get it started a little bit. Death and escape rate would have almost exceeded our birth rate. We're gonna fix the criminality and then start pushing for more workers over here. And I am tempted to go for the coal mine. I think the food factory might be more important, but if this settlement is going to take over for a coal mine, an iron mine, and a steel mill, it's already got a lot of work to do. So maybe bridge across, and not a small but another large settlement for the food factory and distillery. We do need to have enough alcohol for that 76% alcohol addiction rate in our society. I might get the achievement for 10,000 citizens with like 80% alcohol addiction. Still need a monument here, for sure. I'm still hoping that the wood prices at some point start going up. But diversifying the economy would be safer than hoping for an economic miracle. We will need a building for spirituality in the settlement. Okay, who needs to worry about pollution? It's fine. It's just foreign propaganda. There's no pollution. It's fine. We can deal with it. In walking distance of the bus stop, therefore in walking distance of the shopping center, should all be fine. Okay, let's build these footpaths for now. It's minus 40 degrees. Temperature is absolutely fine now. No problems whatsoever. We're even still over 15 degrees. Of course, pollution is probably going to be more of a problem, but even that is only like affecting 110 people. Well, we got our new strategy, I guess. And away it goes. I wonder if pollution effect is also reduced on Siberia map. Like, would it technically be possible to have a large heating plant in the middle of a city, or would that be overkill? I think I will have to bring in some more migrants. Population is still growing, we've just went over 1,000. I would like to trigger the research, but the university is still lacking normal staff. Hello Gentrossi, welcome. Okay, it's going in waves for the university, I guess. They might be walking here from somewhat far away. Okay, coal deliveries here are insufficient during winter. That's not good. We'll have to set up more coal dumps nearby. Either the small heating plants are ridiculously efficient. They're barely dropping any heating capacity. Or I'm overestimating how many buildings we have. And we have our own local coal production here. And then bringing the coal to the area would also be better. But I think right now there might be a shortage. Because this is seemingly draining the coal quite quickly for both heating plants. And I'm not sure the deliveries are going to keep up throughout the year with both. I'm going to try and switch over to the new coal storages per heating plant. Still seems fine, like temperature is not an issue. Therefore happiness and health stay relatively stable, health dropping a bit because of the extra pollution. I wonder if this kind of setup would work on Siberia with the default heating plants, small heating plants inside the city directly. These ones make less pollution, but they also have appropriately less heating output. Okay, we're gonna stop delivering coal to this coal storage and flip over the trucks once it runs empty. Might make sense to have a coal delivery by train for other settlements, but this one should have its own coal production. And the distance from the customs house should not be a problem after that, once the production is local. I still like this whole like vibe-based planning. Someone coined that term. Where we just do like whatever is the bare minimum right now and then just keep adding to it. I really, really like that. Let me reduce the amount of workers inside the shopping center because we're forcing it to be full at all times. Could be 5 extra workers that maybe make their way into the university instead. So that the professors can work more efficiently. Just like real cities, yeah. We're really building up with the old houses, and then at some point we might want to upgrade to prefab panels because that would really add more capacity to everything. You know what? I want the tech. We're researching increased birth rate. Let's go. No university education right now. Just give me the tech. I don't know if I could get a degree of vibe-based city planning. I think they would probably kick me out. Heating plant doesn't need to be assigned anymore. Just keep the fire station full and then send everyone else to other buildings. And don't send any of the workers to the heating plant, just run the clothing factory instead. No workplace. Okay, we need 11 buses to deal with the unemployment issues. Let's get 4 more buses to bring more workers to the clothing factory. That's better. They were sending all workers basically to the demolition of the heating plant. I mean, it was almost done anyway. Could have used an excavator. The excavator is busy with the pipe though. Oh, it was busy with the pipe. I don't know where it is right now. So many dump trucks. Here's the open trucks. Okay. Not sure what they're delivering to right now. We need to finish the courthouse, then we can start the police station in the village. Then the own local police station and the prison too. I guess courthouse, then prison, then police station. It's looking pretty dire with the coal supply for the heating plants. Thankfully the temperature is letting off. Maybe that unloading station for coal wouldn't have been too bad of an idea. A single distribution office does not seem to be able to keep up anymore. I guess one of the vehicles was undergoing repairs. They're only using 1.5 tons of coal a day. A truck of 5 tons should last us over 3 days. But it's a much longer trip per truck here. Did I miss a fire? No. We're just demolishing stuff that didn't work. We built small heating plants here now, because the large heating plant with heat exchanger did not work for us. Everything was getting too cold right at the beginning of the stream. But the small heating plants are working absolutely fine. A little bit more pollution, obviously. But no temperature issues whatsoever. Probably also more coal consumption because of it, but what can you do? Okay, I'll build the other rail line up here. It's gonna be quite costly. That does not look right. Why crossing not allowed? Bit odd. To the inside first. I don't like how it looks though. I don't like that look when I do the inside first. But you're right. It's way simpler. It just creates that long part. I wanted to curve like that one and then hook up the other one. I had it with the inside first before. I want to have it look differently. Maybe that'll do it if I start it from here instead. Yeah, then it's not too long. Okay, that is better. Money's still running away from us because of fuel. Oh, those fuel prices, man. Ah, this game. Everything else is getting super cheap. Our clothing exports are making more than the fuel imports. total. This year, 27,000 export, 24.5 thousand import. I still haven't researched distribution offices. Still stuck with the free ones. Unless I set up a dedicated route for it. Even struggling bringing the coal over here. I mean, in an emergency, this one I guess could pick up from the border directly. And we could skip this one, deliveries to this storage. Absolutely fine. Problem? What problem? I don't see a problem. We'll assign one extra dump truck per coal storage, and then the distribution office can maybe balance itself around that. So the distribution office will only go up to like, I don't know, 80%. Should leave enough space for the single truck to always be able to unload. So no work effort should be wasted that way. this technology that we're researching right now, based on our low-tech rules, we can repeat it once we have used it once. We did have 2 technology points, and this is how we spent them. Very odd start, but I think making sure that our population growth stays strong is probably for the best. I think we should tear up this rail line partially and place a fuel unloading station here that can unload into a storage tank, which would bring fuel in larger volumes into the more into the city, more into the map, I mean. Might have less of an impact on the fuel price. The fuel price is scheduled to climb over the price of steel at this rate. Oil isn't that expensive. I mean, 130 rubles. It's like twice the starting price. It's going to be interesting to see what your market prices end up as by 1960. If I survive that long. I still don't understand how we're that low on food consumption. Save that. Unassign the train from it for now. I want to have more fabric imported. Do I need to do that? No. What I could do... Yeah, sure, let's get 2 more train cars. One more train. No, that's not... I've changed my mind. I don't have that much storage assigned for clothing anyway. But I can change the route a little bit. Clothing and fabric can basically share the wagon. That way we can carry twice the amount of fabric to the storage and then twice the amount of clothing back. That's how it should be. Gonna wait until unloaded for 30 tons of fabric and then carry up to 22 tons of clothing back. It's not gonna be that much. But yeah, the train will run less frequently, since we're still waiting on fabric to be unloaded. We barely used any food so far. Not sure if we have any other way to like cut down the fuel prices. I thought these vehicles wouldn't be as fuel hungry. Evidently we were wrong. Can't even unload all people here. Yeah, we got 35 tons of fabric storage space here. That should give the train enough time to run once. And if we combine our export of clothing into larger chunks, it should also affect the market price less. Police station is ready. Not necessary just yet. Right, I still have one of those itty bitty small trucks here. And I don't think it's gonna keep up if I make it go to the customs house. I would have to put in a large dump truck. Okay. Coal supply directly from the customs house for you then, I guess, until we have our own coal production, and then we should really transport everything by train, because it uses coal instead of fuel. We could cut down our fuel consumption by just having trains for everything. Maybe the fuel consumption is also much higher because of all the construction work we're doing. That is a lot of extra vehicles running, consuming more fuel. There's the birth rate increase. We did drop back down below 1,000. But let's hope that changes now. Courthouse almost done. We'll start the police station up in Kugozhny. Still need more highly educated people, but we kind of have to wait for this house to run its course and have more highly educated people move in. Hello 33 Bull, welcome. I'm eyeballing the prospect of a food factory and distillery before the coal mine, because it also produces less waste and it's all fully incineratable. If we're making a coal mine, we have to deal with all that construction waste, and gravel recycling isn't available. So we would have to haul everything. Can't do anything else with it. Mines sound really, really painful. I mean, you can still all like separate the construction waste mostly out, if not completely, and then put it on a train, but there's not much to do with it. Until you have modern industry. Which arrives 58. And gravel recycling is locked behind that. Maybe they'll add like a lower volume gravel recycling plant. Otherwise the next door neighbor can't do anything with the construction waste as well. $2.5, exactly half. Well, the trial is waiting for the prison now, which is being built, waiting on resource deliveries. The issue is the speed of the concrete deliveries, everything else is close by. Steel, bricks and boards are all in the storage. We should finish the prison for this case to go through. I could also set the duration to 0 years, and then you don't even need a prison, it just goes through and it's like done. Doesn't really help with criminality, I guess, but at least the court looked at it, I guess. 4 people are starving. Please prioritize deliveries to the prison construction. The other buildings are not that important right now because we still have plenty of spare housing capacity for people to move into. Over 150. I see that you put heating plants in the city. The larger one not be able to keep up with demand. Yeah, the larger one. We had 85 degrees consistently on the heat exchanger, but this house was struggling at like 16 degrees. The pub at 15 degrees, and this one, the people were getting down to 5% happiness at the end of winter. No one really died, but it was just too cold. Was not bearable for them. So now I have the weatherproofing tech and I have birth rate increase tech to hopefully deal with population issues. We will have some more pollution in the city, but hopefully it won't be too bad. Looking at the price dealing with coal right now, I don't know. Coal is not that expensive. Transporting coal costs fuel though. If we have it in our republic, I guess transportation ranges would also be a bit shorter. I'm gonna let it sit like this for a while and see what the price does. Once the construction's finished, we're gonna hopefully consume less fuel. Is my hope. I'm not sure about finishing the prison before the minor cases, but I thought the first medium crime we will be able to put behind bars. 56 tons of concrete means 14 more deliveries of concrete, I guess. With the small trucks that we have. You know what? I'm just gonna make this a non-issue for now. There. Everyone walks free. There. The court have looked at it and decided that minor crimes are not relevant. I really like the way the cities are like turning out visually. I think there's a lot of potential with interesting city design with the new house shapes. Some mechanisms are still not clear to me though. I have to see. One of that's a building right by the exchanges shouldn't have problems with heat. Yeah. I think it might, but can't do anything about that right now, so we're using the small heating plants. This is still Siberia, of course. But the large heating plants, 1960 and onwards, were working fine. I guess I haven't tried them. I should probably try them off stream. See if that also affects the modern heating plants, because that could ruin someone's Siberia gameplay if that also affects the newer plants. Oh, this is great. People way and street on one. Yeah. Hello, Diplohörnchen. Welcome. That's just a visual trick. This doesn't work, but it looks like it does. using the gravel road visual footpath that you can place anywhere. Makes the map look more nice though. I really wish we could build stuff in this square. Concrete deliveries might also not arrive in time. And there's a lack of workers, and brick deliveries for some reason also not that quick. And I'm not sure why the maintenance officers are assigned. $67,000 rubles. We can refresh our loan, which is kind of like the money we still have left. Get another 2 million ruble loan and pay this one back, or not pay it back, and I don't know. If we do coal export by train, we also have to consider the fact that we have to send the construction waste with it, which isn't really a problem because it loads into the same cargo wagons. Coal could make quite a bit of profit. It's very cheap though. Oh god, iron price is going up. Maybe the iron mine first? Maybe this way? Processing plant, loading station. Depends where the coal mine was supposed to be. Coal mine was supposed to be here-ish? Oh, that one, 76%. Coal mine, coal processing, iron mine, iron processing, load it both onto trains. Don't run the steel mill here. I still remember our steel mill supplied by trains with no storages. And that worked fine. That was kind of cool. It's quite far away. We could set up a vehicle route up the hill through the mountains here. Iron mine, iron processing, and then have a conveyor down this way for train loading. Maybe a steel mill in the future. I guess we would have everything up here. Let's see. Iron mine calculations were quite simple because you get 1,000 tons of iron ore, so 88% of that is 880 tons. So we could run 4 iron ore processing plants off of that. Which is absolute overkill. But there is space here for that. It might not even be overkill, like, with the amount of population the settlement can probably deal with, it might actually be viable. Can send it down with cableways for processing. I think to the processing it should be done with conveyors because cableways would be too slow for the volume. Once it is iron ore, then you might carry it by cableway. Once it's iron, not iron ore, then you might carry it with that. But before that, I think conveyors are a must. I am considering sending workers up here by cableway, but I need more tech, and I also need the technical university. So the idea is we have one output that can go into 4 processing plants on this side. We have a fire station nearby that protects everything. We have a bus stop that must be able to unload workers to all of the facilities. And then I guess there would be a rail line that goes up here, so we don't have to carry it as far. Trial hasn't run out yet. One more delivery of concrete, 2 more deliveries of bricks, some more work days. Should be done in time. This is gonna be quite expensive, and we would start with like a single processing plant to fund the construction of everything else. Plus, if we overdo it with the iron ore, then the price of iron might also crash. Even if we only do a single one. Also, a low brick price will also push down the steel price. Yeah. Good thing is we can export this stuff with coal and water. Low in cash. Yes, I'm waiting for 1 million rubles. 2 million rubles. Maybe we get another clothing export in. Doesn't look like it. Only 7 tons. Might have to settle for less than 2 million. Board's not profit enough to sell. Boards are horrible. Never listen to Mega Monkey. Look at those wood prices. It's disgusting. Could still flip around, of course, but yeah. Never listen to Mega Monkey, got it. No new old recipes, buildings using wood. Electronics can be made with wood as a replacement for plastics. Boards, electronic components and mechanical components. Let's see if we can push our loan capacity higher by getting a lot of migrants with US currency. Yep, we can. Excellent. There we go. These processing plants are very, very expensive. And also kind of space. They require a lot of space to set up. What do you need the credit, people? Trains? Because Steam Wars costs 0 credit? I've seen the second stream. Well, we're not making any profit. We set up clothing, which isn't enough. We set up wood, which is not good. And our fuel costs are quite high. I think I had credit last stream already. We're living in a deficit republic. Oh, oil price is going down. I mean, if the fuel prices keep crashing, that would be useful. That would help us. I think about it. If we use one of these storages, we might be able to fit the processing plants onto it. But I think what I will do is this is probably going to have an output storage as a buffer. Then we use conveyors to feed into the processing plants, and all processing plants connect back to a storage around it to centralize the inputs back into the same building. I would like to start with only one building, but I kind of need to plan it all out. Otherwise we're not going to have enough space. Or like, we might run into the issue where I would have to rework things again. Or maybe I can mix it. Use a smaller storage to hook up 2 processing plants each, and then just connect one storage to the next storage by conveyor engine. Towers have throughput limit of 10 tons per second, which is lower than the amount of ore 4 processing plants can consume. But we still have to pull... Okay. I see. So we're gonna go from here into a direct storage, which hooks up to 2 processing plants. And then we loop around into a conveyor that feeds into another storage with 2 processing plants, which both feed into, which all 4 feed into... Yeah, I think that would work. They would all feed into a single storage for further processing. Might have to use the long storage, but gonna try it with this one for now. Long storage is gonna be better. Processing plants consume around 4 tons per second at max production. Okay. I mean, we can probably plan with 2 processing plants at this rate. If we can fit them here, of course. Or could we feed all of them from one storage by just using the conveyor bridges? I think space would become an issue. Just having a single conveyor from here around the back into another storage that feeds into 2 more later on. Just planning for 2 right now is probably okay. But maybe a little bit further back. Or we just run this into 2, like a single bridge. We can also split the output into multiple processing plants. These conveyor connections are not working in a way I was hoping they would. So my idea was to, for example, have them placed like this. The road doesn't work. And then the output connects to another storage, and from this storage we can bring the iron to the train station. And then have this storage connect the other two processing plants on the other side. That's kind of what I was hoping for. I'm gonna have to take a quick break. It's been 4 hours, Jesus Christ again. I'll be right back. Is the prison done? The prison is done. Someone needs to bring supplies to it. There you go. Anyway, yep, be right back. Alright, I'm back. What do you mean the workers' time suck? workers just sucks up the time. Oh yeah, for sure. Can't argue with that. We're still struggling with the coal supply for the heating here. This doesn't bode well for winter. I guess we need more vehicles. I'm tempted to set up the coal mine first, just so we have our own heating supply. Like, just throw down a coal mine, single processing plant, get all the coal domestically. Because if the coal price suddenly spikes, we're gonna have the same issue with everything else. Iron would just be would be very profitable. Iron would be a good profit. What if we just export iron ore for now? Build it up quickly, no processing plants, just export raw iron ore. I know the processing plants are quite efficient, but it would be much quicker to set up. And then we can work out the details after. I think we'll use this. Get the mine up. Directly hook up the train station, run a train route to it, and run an iron ore train up the hill to export at the border continuously. I think that would be a relatively quick setup for a hassle-free profit machine. And with that profit we can then plan and like work out the details for turning it into iron from iron ore, which would increase our profits. I'm just worried that if I set up the iron ore processing right now and have like, lots of conveyors and storages, it's going to increase the cost by a lot to get it set up first, and I don't want to do that. I mean, I might still decide to do it. But we should start working on the mine, because that's the building that takes the longest to build. Because the tunneling can't use road cranes to help. So we'll get that started, I guess. We also need waste storages, so that the mines, etc. can do recycling. I will need a way to get the construction waste into the train as well. So we need a technical service that picks up from the waste storages and brings it into a separate storage so it can load onto the train. Should not be too difficult to set up, we just have to keep it in mind. Iron would be printing money with the way the price is right now. I heard wood prints money. Yeah, wood is printing money too. Why do we need iron if we already have wood, huh? Unbelievable. It does print. Yeah, like a needle printer that's on its last legs. I don't know why there's highly educated people going into the prison, but not the police station. Must be a building that's set to send people everywhere, like that one. Now you can send all your highly educated people to the police station instead. And hopefully the heating plant will still have enough workers to run. We need electricity, water and sewage, not a problem. Couple substations for water and sewage will do. Electricity, same thing. Bring a wire up here along the road. The rail line will also have to go up there for the loading station, I think. Do a curve around, cross here and then go alongside the road. So we can get loading done ASAP. Or do I set up a processing plant? We need a processing plant, I think. A single processing plant would increase our efficiency by a lot. I don't think we can run 4 processing plants right now anyway. Not with our rail network. Processing plant is so bloody expensive though. Always repeating. You're gonna run into space issues just like that. I really have to set up all of this area with flat ground to make this work. I'm just gonna use ore for now, I think. No. Man. Why is it so hard to flatten this whole terrain? Is it a race who arrived before 1960? Hello, Berliners. Avert your eyes, we're terraforming. I need space. Maybe I can terraform the back side of this too. Develop that way instead. That actually doesn't sound too bad, now that I think about it. I need some space. The processing plants are large and there's not that much space here. Build them down the hill. I don't want to. I don't want to place them here because there's probably going to be a steel mill here at some point. Then everything else is going to like really get annoying. And also not here. I don't want them closer to the city. They're making a lot of pollution. Even though we don't know what that is yet, but I like. What other side? Here? How's the train gonna go up there? Nah. Nah.
Nah. Nah. I don't know. Oh god, it's gonna all snow in and I can't see a thing anymore. This is gonna be probably okay. Not ideal. Honk. Maybe I should just run conveyors out of the storage instead of trying to fit everything neatly together. Just a single conveyor engine feeding two of the processing plants. That still leaves the issue with the road on that side though. Started Stationeers with Argentinian friend, Stationeer mode, and Brutal. Rescued him 4 times. Nice. That is very stressful, I assume, but also a lot of fun. I also need to play that again at some point. I'm trying to visualize it. I'm just gonna plop down some buildings. So, in the end, this plus 2 incoming buildings on this side. And then a conveyor around the back feeding into these two. Both of them collect into the middle storage, and from the middle storage we can go into the train loading station. I mean, we could also have them have individual storages for the iron and then just merge it together in a conveyor for the loading station. There will be a train for waiting until loaded anyway, so it doesn't really change too much. Oh, I think I see it. I think I see one version that could work. It is a bit too close, I guess. That seems better. Some player will break brains, use slow, tiny trains, the conveyor, storage, productions, mines, streets, and all stuff. When I look how much population, say 1,300 people. Yeah. Because we're running out of money, alright? Gotta do it. We need an industry that needs to make us money, because a full clothing factory is not enough, the fuel price is just too high. They're not slaves. I don't think. Okay, so that would set up like the one side of this. And then in the future we can use this conveyor to feed into the other two on the other side. That doesn't account for things like footpaths or like other important bits. But I'm sure they're all fine. Alternatively, underground footpath. Or just loop it around. That works fine too, I guess. Well, the road is done. Yeah, if this ever gets expanded, I'm gonna worry about that some other time, I think. But there's a lot of potential here. Hello, Super Deno. Welcome. Oh, look at that! Coal price increasing. Mega Monkey! 4? May continue for a couple months. Great. Could print money with coal now. For a couple months. Hello, Jumai. Really? No output this way from the storage? Gotta be kidding me. Welcome back, Sardius. We're working on an iron mine because I need something that makes us money, because we're still losing it. I'm not planning on placing all 4. I just want to make sure we have the potential for all 4. Right now I'm planning on placing the output into the loading station. And because this thing doesn't have an output connection, only on this side or this side, I kinda have to use these instead. Use a road bridge like this also here. I think that's better, because that is already planned, accounted for. And then whatever happens on this side with the input feed for more ore into another storage or directly into the processing plants would be fine. But we have our output and we have our input, and we have 2 processing plants that we can use to get this started with. I think this is a good setup for now, and it is expandable in the future. We'll probably set up a bus platform over here. Planning is free, yeah, but I don't want to overdo it right now. The game is unpaused. We need to get things built. That does not need to be built, the rest should. And the industry up here definitely needs more electricity. Hello, an oblong knife. Welcome. We could use another storage. I don't know how much capacity a single train would have. Or just feed it into a train loading station now. Off of that. I hate that connection. Siberia, realistic early start, 1,300 people after 9 years, impressive. -41. Yeah, it's cold right now. I don't know if our heating plants all have enough coal. Looks good. Seems fine. They might not have enough coal. Okay, but yeah, I think this is fine. We can build this, including the loading station and the storage and these facilities. Loop around. I wonder if I'm missing something. Yeah, I meant from the setup. I still need bus. I need the fire station, the wire for the electricity. I need the technical service. I need another storage for the construction waste. There's still other stuff to build. The construction waste storage does not need to be very large. We can definitely fit a construction waste storage over there. Attached to this. Pushing a code bug around most of the days. Nice to take a break. Ah, okay. Breaks are always good. It's such a steep train track. I don't like that. I think that's fine right next to the road, I guess. Well, that's a narrow gauge train track. Ugh, that's something, alright. 450-meter long train parked, hanging down the hill. Like, all brakes basically locked while it's loading and getting heavier and heavier. And then it just releases and, like, accelerates super fast down the hill. Might even be worth to get, like, a really quick train for that one. Okay, things still missing: bus stop and technical service. Bus platform. And footpaths leading to the individual buildings. and the fire station. Yes, more duck noises. Like always. We can use an underground tunnel and just hook it up to this side. Because an underground tunnel would be useful for also bringing it to the other two processing plants whenever we get those. I don't see a reason having 4 processing plants at the moment. But the potential is there. It'd be insane to build them all right now. Yeah. Would be a bit expensive. technical service, dealing with the construction waste and the mixed waste. Probably another incinerator up here too. It's not going to be clean waste. So we can't really turn it into ash and then just dispose of it locally. I don't think. Incinerator. What? Oh. All excavators are busy. I'll worry about that later. And replace the water and sewage tank. We need the fire station first, and the bus stop, so that we can bring workers here. And we can finish the mine construction with the excess workers we're bringing to the area. Hello, Hank. I know you said Mega Monkey, but I'm still gonna say hi. Population growth is happening. Very good. Temperature low because heating plant doesn't work right now. And that one is doesn't have the prison in range. I guess I need more trucks dealing with those cold storages. Not you, you're terrible. That should work. Okay, police now has enough officers. Courthouse has enough workers. Police ran into a bit of a trouble because there was not enough highly educated people nearby. But that has now been resolved. I think we're gonna switch this building to highly educated. Because I don't think I need 75 of them. So the smaller building will get the highly educated. And it'll be alright. Increase our rail construction speed by a bit by increasing the amount of workers in there. Really doesn't like being that close to the power line, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't be that fancy with the power line then. it's more likely that we have a rail line come off the existing train tracks. Going to the right for the coal mine here, so I will stay a little bit further away from this track, because, like I said, could have another train line go up here. This should be long enough to hold 450 meters of train, even if it has to park, with most of it being on a downward slope, but can't have everything, I guess. To empty this incinerator, I need like a distribution office in the future. Otherwise I risk getting contaminated waste. It doesn't really matter too much. We're just trying to like reduce the amount of waste, I guess. So even if it's a bit contaminated, it's fine. Don't think I'll need a switch here. It should all be covered by a single substation with one wire. That's usually famous last words, but okay, maybe we will have an issue with the conveyors in the back. Maybe. Should be manageable. Technical service for hauling the construction waste to the aggregate storage for construction waste, and the incinerator for the mixed waste, which should significantly reduce the amount of waste we have to transport. I don't plan on loading like the incinerated waste onto a train. Got coal set up? We're in their spots near the new town? Yes, but iron price was higher than coal price when we decided what to set up. So we're trying to export iron for profit right now rather than coal, because coal is relatively cheap. And iron could be used to make more of a profit and keep the price of steel down, which is the highest expense when we're building. Do you need ash heaps for the incinerator? No. I can drive the resources in there and then drive them back out if I want to. In the future I would like to use a technical service for automating it properly. But in the beginning I think a single truck route would be sufficient. I could put a dump in the back so it already dissipates when it's lying around. Like a dump with like claw machine would be ideal. But just incinerating it down to ash should reduce it by quite a significant margin. Will you burn the trash from the city up here as well? Yes. Yes, I want to. Including hazardous waste, everything basically. If we're doing containers, then it would be fastest to load. No waste would spoil here, but it's the easiest one to set up. And then later on we can set up a distribution office from somewhere down here to go here if it's filled with at least 6.5 tons and drive it to the border. Or maybe a waste separation plant to like recycle it one more step if we don't want to export it anymore. No, my bad, go back. Finish the fire station. And the bus stop and these things. Cheeky. Let's not do that. And then after that we have another underground tunnel connection for the other two processing plants when we want them. But in the beginning we will only build one processing plant so we can start exporting stuff. And then use the profits to build the second one. If I want to send steel to the steel mill at some point, I might be able to hook it up to the output on this side and carry it over the hill. Or I could also send the train from here to the steel mill. directly into the building. Just keep running the train route. I don't think we will do that. But I think this would produce more than the steel mill could handle. We would produce 400 tons. Oh, twice as much as the steel mill could handle, yeah. Then we could always still export some iron. Or build 2 steel mills, which would be ridiculous. Halfway on our way to another research point at 2,500 citizens. We don't have that many more free flats. 200, 150, 200, 250-ish. The settlement will have to expand to accommodate for the mine. Did the cold weather tech help much? No. I mean, not in our current situation. The heating plants, the large heating plant was too cold. The buildings dropped below 13 degrees, which is the limit for the cold weather tech, and the small heating plants are keeping it over like 18 degrees. So we have no benefit from the cold weather tech. It still helps us deal with like large fluctuations, I think. But there's none right now. Like, I think when we didn't have enough coal for this heating plant, the prison was still keeping warm enough for a little bit longer, the people not losing health as quickly. Wasn't the large plant just too far away? You might have capacity but not enough energy over such a long distance. The heat exchanger was at 85 degrees. And the pub was struggling. That should not have been an issue at 50 meters. Or this was 50 meters, which was barely okay, but the pub was struggling at 80 meters, and it did have enough capacity. It was running at 30% of its capacity at 85 degrees. And the heat exchanger was not struggling, like the temperature wasn't dropping. It felt like the buildings weren't siphoning off enough heating fast enough. Low priority on the mine, please. Build other buildings. Can still send concrete there if you have nothing else to do. We will do the tunneling with the worker buses driving up here. Maybe a cableway station in the future. Would have to move the technical service and the bus stop in favor of a cableway station, I think. We didn't have a crash after 4 hours today. So whatever happened was not happening again, thankfully. Well, we made it 10 years through the game. 20 more to go. We have no... I have no, like, scope about, like, getting modern industry going at that point. With the low-tech requirement, we are so starved for technology points. Is everything hooked up here to attack? No, you're not. You're not hooked up to a waste storage. Ugh. The bin trick failed. There we go. What do you think about early start? Big difference or more subtle? I mean, the early start basically restricts you in your access to existing buildings. Hey, it was the bin trick. So you have to make do with like setups that you might have not been comfortable with. And it feels really rewarding when you will unlock the more advanced technologies. I was just placing a bin. I had to click 3 times before it actually placed. It was the bin trick. I should know. I developed the bin trick. I guess it was in collaboration. That heating plant is just struggling. As long as it has more than 5 tons, I guess we have enough. But I might have to employ some more snow plows. Start again on this at 22nd then. I mean, if you have an existing game and you just activate the early start stuff, you get a bunch of old vehicles, which is cool. I don't think you're gonna retrofit your existing rail network for steam locomotives unless you really want that. But for being forced to start with coal trains and then upgrading them to diesel and upgrading them to like concrete railway and then maybe electrified later on, that's going through the history of technology. Okay, almost done with the fire station. Priority of the bus stop has been increased. After both of them are done, we can set up a bus route for bringing excess workers here. Not that we have any spare, it would basically steal some from the clothing factory. Happy to start again. Can never remember what I planned to do once I leave a city for a week or so anyway. And then all you see are the mistakes. It's beautiful. If there were no mistakes, everything would look the same for everyone else, I think. I think low-tech needs to be adapted a little bit. Maybe. I'll set up another grocer here, just in case. A little bit more efficient for people who only want food and or meat. So they don't have to walk to the shopping center. Soviet functionalism is what I want. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Doesn't have a date requirement. That would unlock us a whole bunch of new buildings. And one of these has a cool feature where a road can go right through it. It has a big gate. What's criminality at? Not bad. 3% is the highest. Over here we were once at like 11% for some of the buildings. Have to get that under control. Oh boy. You will have to work it a little bit more. Iron price decreasing several months before returning back to normal. So coal price is going up, iron price is going down. Oil price still climbing. Not Gugu, Bugu Gordons. Oops. I don't think we'll relocate the rail construction office. The village has enough workers for it. Lost some people again. Probably when the heating plant stopped for a brief moment, but everything else is in range of the other heating plant. But it's probably too far for those. So yeah, some of these houses might have dropped life expectancy. And also struggling with the heating being right next to them. A lot more than normal. This should be pretty efficient then. If the conveyors only have to run for 2 processing plants, everything should be able to pull enough resources if we ever have 4. And I think the train running the iron ore would be a faster one. Although that wouldn't really work that well with the other trains on the network. But then again, it would, I think, because it would only run when it has space. I could leave this whole area open so it only starts moving when it can get a path to its own station. And then it would zip up there, load, and run back very fast downhill. Life expectancy not looking so great anymore. I think our people need some vitamins. They also need distribution offices. I think distribution offices are going to be the next unlock. Maybe I should build a castle to prepare for that. As in the Tower of Bugodonsk. And then research distribution offices. I really don't have any need for a village right now, and I feel like that would just increase our fuel consumption even more. Let me check the actual values for fuel. Last year, 310 tons. 270 the year before that. 250. 195. 195, 150, 100, 110. So yeah, fuel consumption went up quite a bit. Fuel costs 416. Steel is 403. Fuel is more expensive than steel right now. And as soon as you build to export a resource, it absolutely crashes. Like, oh, you're building an iron mine and some processing plants. Should have gone with coal. Coal is where it's at. Very steady. How long does the crash last? It's at a couple months. We're not going to be ready with the construction until then, I don't think. The question is if it's gonna stay that way or not. I don't know. Usually it recovers, but it always has like a trend. I just know that usually when I want to build something, confirmation bias means that I will always have the resource price be destroyed before my industry starts. Gotta be a bit careful so we don't run full-on 21-year-olds without their own flat, while still having flats available, just because we're getting too many highly educated people. Which is not a concern currently, but it could be at some point. I guess I could track and see what our growth on population count actually is. No education going up, which is indicative of either a problem with education or just general population growth, because it also includes children. basic education holding a little bit more strong. I think you can see where the birth rate increase probably happened. No, you can't actually see that. The massive spike was when I hired a bunch of Western migrants, third world migrants. We lost a bunch of highly educated people, but it is recovering. Might have been from a previous migration. What do you mean can't build due to infrastructure? None of the icons is red. Oh no, top right is red because of the conveyor bridge, I guess. What a shame. We'll keep them here then. That's why I rely only on food early on. Yeah, I didn't want to do food production and crops and stuff like that because it's Siberia. But, yeah. It feels like iron extraction is kinda on point too. Alright, almost ready to run the bus route. And I also need to buy the train still. Loan capacity went up quite well. We can definitely finish this construction. Export massive amounts of refined iron. Later on we could carry it to a harbor and export it by ship at some point, but the increased fuel prices don't make me want to do that. Just by coal to the border very efficiently should still make a bunch of profit even if the price gets pushed down quite a lot because it does not rely on fuel. um, that export. Wood exports, board exports do, because we need to cut them down by using fuel and then bringing them back to the sawmill. Good progress, I think. I'll send a couple buses up there to bring some workers who can help with the construction of existing buildings, because they're going to be a high volume buses. If you come back with workers, you can unload them, but it shouldn't really happen. There should always be enough demand up here. 30 workers per bus is not that many. Good progress. Downside is still concrete very far away. Well, what can you do? It is what it is. Groundworks. Once they're done, the rest of the material gets brought in by the local storage. And that always gets refilled by train. Four more workers. Gonna finish the bus stop. I'm gonna send... Oh, do we have fuel here? Yeah. I'm gonna send everyone from the bus stop to the fire station and then whatever building they want. Fire station has the most priority. I guess that also means sending more than two buses. Let's go with 3. A return end station can also be built at some point, making sure that the line spacing is adhered to more efficiently. But for now this will work. End station can go over here at some point. X application ID. Thanks for helping find and fix the bug, just by being there. You're welcome, I guess. Glad I could help. I think food consumption is reduced for these buildings. It feels like they don't need as much food as I was expecting. Usually I thought food consumption was like 5 or 6 times higher than anything else. We only used 5 tons of food for like 2.5 tons of alcohol. Which seems like... I mean, we are consuming quite a lot of alcohol. Oh no, the addiction has dropped to 67%. That's because they have access to sport now. Dangerous. More traffic rules that much. While there are a lot of vehicles on the road, they're not driving very fast, so the traffic rules don't matter as much. Snowplow service to the mines needed? Snowplow service you can forget. Like, I think it's useful for the city to make sure your emergency service vehicles can drive faster, like ambulances. But they plow slower than the vehicles driving through the snow would drive. And you know how it like snows again and then and again and again. It's not just one time snowing and then you plow and then you're happy for a lot of time, a long time. They just are constantly busy causing traffic jams. I am not using any snowplows for the main road. I have a few snowplows employed here for the city, but that's it. Their plowing speed is 10 kilometers an hour. And they make the vehicles that are behind them honk like a lot, because they get held up so much. So no, we're not going to use snowplows for the road here. We're not going to use many snowplows at all until we get some good ones. There might be special cases where they would be helpful, but I haven't found them yet, I guess. In this scenario. Okay, now that we have firefighters here, we can also put the mine back to regular construction. I'll even assign the maintenance officers from Kokoshny, so they can bring some concrete over here to help. Fire station got no fuel? Yep. They refuel at a gas station. They don't need no fuel. I don't send fuel trucks to individual buildings. My hospital also has no fuel. They refuel at a gas station. I'd rather them drive to a gas station than me wasting a distribution office assignment task. Maybe we'll change that once I have distribution offices researched, but for now, definitely not. I'm holding off on building gas stations because I think they will release old-timey versions of gas stations at some point. We don't have the tech for a cableway station yet either. Distribution offices would happen before a cableway station. I would have to rip up the technical service and the bus stop to fit a cableway station here, I think. Maybe just the bus stop. Maybe. Or just put the cableway station here as an addendum. Wanted to do this Sarah, but since I was doing the schedule at 2 AM, it's near impossible to ask you as you'd be asleep. Yeah. And I'm also not really feeling that great the last couple days, so I will pass on multiplayer unfortunately for now. Okay, thank you. Pride Road is on schedule 1. Pretty much. Do we have enough workers where I can unassign this building from like all of these and just make it do its own decisions? It hasn't even repopulated yet. Could get some more migrants, I guess. We still have the US currency. losing so much money. All because of fuel. The fabric, we're making that money back because we're making more in clothing and we don't have to import any clothing. 328,000 in fabric imports last year compared to 351,000 in clothing exports, plus no clothing imports. Food imports are really, really low, as is alcohol. Fuel and steel. Food is the third one, I guess. Can you help with those footpaths up there? You're already on the case. Okay, just waiting for the road to finish, I guess. And maybe more workers to arrive at the bus stop. I still haven't built a building for spirituality. Yeah, the number of workers we're bringing up here. Keep everything from burning down, but we're lacking them in the clothing factory. How did the clothing price develop? Just continuous upwards trend. Similar for the fabric, since they're tied together. I have an idea. I have a stupid idea. What if we import some wood and put that through the sawmill too? It would still be profit, and we could run the sawmill at a lot more throughput. Unload, load wood. Here, unload wood. Wait until unloaded. What do you mean, nay? The only thing that could happen would be a deadlock. Deadlock, no pun intended. But if we don't... I think this would be a good idea. For a dedicated train. I'm refreshing the loans at higher interest rates. It's not a good idea. So sawmill 14 to 18, so 7 to 9. Wood is 3.4. Boards is 6.6, which is almost double. It's still really low volume, but I want to try it. Plus, if it doesn't work, then we can reuse the steam locomotive. I don't want to buy a super expensive locomotive. We'll buy the cheapest one from Germany that can go 60. Thank you and oblong life. Have a good rest to your Monday too. Thank you. That's a new one. The running gear is animated, but that one is a funky one. That looks like a gear locomotive. Why are you waiting? What are you waiting for? Oh, I see. My bad. It's gonna be a deadlock again. Halt. Turn around. Get off the road. No trust in what the trains are doing. I think this is a diesel locomotive, actually. Oh, you need to move back further. Move. Dang it. There, now you should be able to go through. Unless you go to the right side, of course. Yep, figured as much. Can we persuade you to alter your course? There we go. One more run, and then you're basically going to handle like wood imports. Can even make it in a way where it can load the wood back into the sawmill if there's some space. Let's not do that. That could deadlock. Could it? It shouldn't. One more delivery of concrete will finish the groundwork for the mine. Sorry, the pouring concrete phase for the mine. Then they have to build the structure on top, and then tunneling will take a very long time. But by that point we might have a lot of workers who can go up there, and it would go pretty quickly at that point. Kinda wants to send all of these people to the bus stop. But I don't think we have that many workers here yet. So we would probably suffer a shortage. I did just unassign workers from going to the bus stop. That was a terrible idea. Let's make it 50-50 for this building. Gonna be over 70 workers for the bus stop instead of 36, which should make everything along the bus routes a little bit more efficient. I'm kind of tempted to run the train route past here and make it turn around before it waits on flat ground, which we can still do later on. So it runs to a waypoint here first, turns around, and then goes back to the station after. Completely unnecessary, except for what feels realistic. Just parking a whole train on a downward slope seems kind of risky. Or like bad for the maintenance of the train. So much concrete needed. Honk. Do we have our wood train? Yes. Uh-oh, it crashed. Oh, it's in the process of crashing. It moved the camera, it moved my mouse once more. Let me check the log folder first, if anything interesting is in there, and the event log. So I don't miss anything. Concrete, yeah. Okay, error. Okay, that. And log. Let's copy that. Okay. I guess I'll have something this time. I also need to stop streaming soon. Construction. Almost 6 minutes. The time we will never get back. Okay, while the game is running, I'm gonna make the report. Check. C30. Okay. Oh, we have a footpath now. Okay, that means we can build that thing, which would be useful to have. And fast. Because it already has a road crane and needs like 5 workers. I just tuned in before the crash. Have my eyes tricked me? Is the VR360 run on coal? What intonation? Yes, I think it is a diesel locomotive, but it does run on coal. I think it was already reported. So, probably can change that with a config setting for the locomotive to make it run on diesel in the future. I'm not sure if they want to have early diesel locomotives available. I don't see a problem with that, but who knows? I don't think we're outproducing or like out-consuming. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I don't think we have an issue with like too many boards. I turned the it crashed while it was auto-saving while I turned the factory connection around. That bastard. But I found it. Okay, now it's fine again. I think there were variants running on wood gas. Now that would be cool. See myself out. Wood gas, yeah. I don't know if it would have the same powertrain, but I guess it does have an exhaust of white smoke, so maybe it is a variant. Oh, right, now you need the access to the sawmill, of course. Once the first wagons have unloaded, all the way to the station, they should be able to load boards then. The other train was already enough to export wood at a rate that was like fine. I could set the other train to not do that anymore and just load wood on demand and wait until like unloaded for bricks. Right now maybe we're consuming more steel than bricks. So don't go to the customs house to unload boards, I guess. Just refill. Let the other train handle the board exports only. My idea with this is that we're now importing wood, which in my opinion might help us raise the price for wood. So we can get into a loop where like the wood price keeps going up because we're continuously importing large quantities of wood, therefore the board price will keep going up. Similar to what you can do with oil. It remains to be seen if that could happen. Might also create more pollution here, but shouldn't be too bad. Also then I don't have to replant as many trees anymore, because we're just importing the wood, sawing it, and exporting it again. And we have 2 logging camps for when the other train gets in there without any excess wood, to make sure the local sawmill can produce enough wood to keep that one filled. Now this train won't run unless all of the bricks have been used up, which I kind of wish we could set it at like wait for any of these resources to be unloaded instead of like everything. I think if I set it like this, it would be both have to be unloaded. Not an or, but an end. I'm gonna import a lot of wood that way. It's loading and unloading also very quickly. I still wonder why Mega Monkey said we shouldn't do that. Well, let's see what the wood price will do. I can see a slight upwards trend, but maybe we can rescue the price. Maybe that's the way to improve it. Do I feel better? Unfortunately not, Lobo. I'm still running on painkillers. I'm gonna just go to a doctor tomorrow and see what he or she says. The stream is mostly a distraction for me. Oh my god. I think the strategy is going to work. We're going to rescue the wood price. If you're unethical, to be annoying when in chat when you aren't healthy. Cheat code unlocked. Why Mega Monkey? It looks like it's working. What's the problem with that? Have you seen how much impact that we made on the wood price? Maybe we can turn the whole thing around just with wood now. Yes, I think they would do that. I feel like I should report this economic exploit. Imagine a train station. It kinda is. It's like a it's like a, I mean, you're like a tropical country importing raw resources and exporting finished goods, so basically indefinitely increasing the prices. But imagine building a train station like this one, but surrounded by 4 sawmills on either side, 2 on either side. How quickly you could go through that wood. It's a literal definition of exploitation, yeah. I mean, ideally you would use like a 4 or 6-way train station and maybe designate trains between wood and boards. The board price changes with the wood price. Yeah, but the board price is always profitable, is it not? Oh well, okay, you're right. Maybe the board price will crash compared to the wood price. The question is if the board price trends up better. No, it's not. You're right, you're right. Or it might just take a while. We're gonna keep doing that. Yeah, the profit margin will be tiny. Importing the wood will only makes the margin smaller. The margin per ton, but we're gonna get a lot more volume. And is it then profitable? More profitable if we have so much more volume? Just make more cutter posts, they're cheap and only need 1 worker. No, the problem with that is that you need fuel for all the vehicles, and we need fuel to transport that back to the station unless I make the cutter post here. I want to avoid more cutting posts because of all the fuel consumption. The posts are cheap, but the fuel consumption for the vehicles isn't. Now if we had steam tractors to carry the wood back that run on coal, I would do that. Oh, someone got deleted. Probably wasn't important. I didn't even see it. Probably for the better. Getting trolled while being sick is such a low blow. Also, we're importing 420 wood, alright? We're importing 420 and we're exporting for up to 420. So I don't see the issue here. No, we're not burning the wood. We're not blazing anything. I wonder if I might lose a lot of fuel because of the vehicles being super inefficient across the snowed-in roads. Because I think then they run full on fuel consumption at low speed. But suffering with the terrible snowplows is not something I want to do. Because of all the honking. I like that setup. That looks neat. Can you show the market prices, please? Well, if I wanted to be silly, I can tell you that, like, a small shopping center costs that many resources, but I know what you mean, so... And if you're entering any of those into any form of Excel sheet or web thing to tell me that something could be more profitable, yo, fine. I think quarried stone is still pretty good, but stagnated. Wood got a little bit more expensive. I just need to get the upwards trend going. We need to break the economy somehow. We need wood prices to suddenly spike up and pull the boards with them. And then we can stop the wood imports and just run our sawmill again profitable. Okay. Well, I was just... Sorry, I'm assuming. I'm assuming your enter data. Oh god, that's a Dune reference, isn't it? Mentard? That was the... Wasn't that the person who rolled the ice back and basically had an orgasm whenever he had to do math? I think I've seen a clip from him. Oh, crap. We're out of money. I wanted to look at something. I wanted to look at the video, but... Oh boy. It's fine, we have insulation tech. It's fine. No one noticed anything, it's fine. Barely a bump in the health chart. I wanted to see if I could find the Mentat thing. But then I ran out of money. Let's see. I don't know what he's called. I think that's it. Oh yeah, that should be it. Nope, that's just a joke video. Alright, that should be the video I'm talking about. I've seen that clip. I'm not sure if it's like timestamped properly, because I have no audio right now. Thank you, Tricky Rickster, for the follow. Much appreciated, and welcome to the stream. Lurking for a few days now, been enjoying your content. Thank you. We're back in Workers and Resources. Took a little bit of a break, but we're back. Struggling against the ever-present cycle against increasing debt. The loan we took out now should hopefully be enough to get this whole area finished up and running. And then it has to spit off enough profit to pay back our loan. And if the iron price crashes, then Mega Monkey set us up for failure. It recovered again. I mean, it should still drive down the steel price, but coal is a lot more efficient at driving down the steel price than iron is. Paying the iron price a bit. Hopefully we're not running out of iron. There's the super slow snow plows. Look at that plowing speed. And how the vehicles behind it react. It's like bump. The other snowplow slows down properly because it keeps plowing, but the other ones just run into the back and then stop, and it's like they keep honking. If it's enough vehicles. If you're plowing the main roads, then yeah, constant honking. But for the city it's okay, I guess. Can we research the other thing again? Another population boom. Yes. We unlocked that one already. Can research it. I hope there will be a snowplow driving school DLC. Would be funny if you could control your own vehicles in the game. I don't know what the purpose would be, because I don't think it would be easy to implement doing the actual jobs, but driving around in like third person across your own world will get you really mad at all the bumpy roads you build. Oh god, I feel so sick, Lopo. Please. Please don't. Have mercy. Some other aggregate storages that don't require as much concrete would be helpful. There's a lot of buildings that kind of need to happen. Or could happen. They don't need to, but yeah. Like brickwork aggregate storages. They probably wouldn't have the same design and probably much lower capacity. Laughter is the best medicine. It actually hurts when I do that. So, I'm gonna reduce the amount of people in the sawmill a bit. I wonder if people here died when I had a little bit of a heating crisis. Yes. There are some spaces that are now not populated anymore. Namely, the ones that have highly educated people are quite undersupplied. Some of them at like 30% health. I'll have to keep visiting the doctors over and over again to get their health back up. I mean, we had the heating crisis, where the money was gone for a brief moment. And I think the educated people just jumped ship. Quickly. No, it's fine. 'Tis fine. Probably. Hospital here is doing okay. There's more doctors and staff employed here than in the village, just saying. I'm gonna cancel this and let them study for now. More important. Seems okay. I think the train line is probably going to be the last thing that will be done up the mountain. We'll hook it up in a way where we can set up an easy second track if we want to have 2 trains running. Because it's just so profitable. Because if I set it up the other way, then I would have had to lay the track between the road and the train track, and I don't have enough space there anymore. But this way it would work. Tunneling phase is now started. It's gonna take a while, mainly because of the concrete. You're gonna have to struggle a lot more with logistics for resources, construction materials. Like in the normal start 1960 and onwards, it's cheaper and faster to get the stuff from the border, but I think here it makes more sense to set it up locally. And I should set up asphalt and concrete, mainly concrete. I don't know about asphalt. I don't see any problems with like bringing a bit of asphalt in. But the concrete for certain structures is like a lot. There's a lot demand for it. I haven't planned with setting up a concrete plant. It cannot be done. Straight from the spreadsheets. Yeah, Mega Monkey looked that up. Unbelievable. I should rebuild the gravel processing plant. I mean, it doesn't take that much, I think. It does have a conveyor in it. 12 tons of steel. Now my planning is getting mobbed. Rip. Oh, we can't build it right now. No vehicle available to flatten the terrain. Once the heating plant is gone, we can set up the gravel processing plant anew with this road removed. Or maybe on this side. That seems better. I would need an excavator though. Yeah, lots of concrete needed. And oh god, 355 concrete still. Ugh. Bring me an excavator from the demolition? Nah, just bring me a new excavator over here that's gonna stand in the road depot. I'm gonna let this gas station run dry. I thought no concrete would be fine because of all the buildings, not like the old early start buildings not requiring any real amount of concrete except for foundation work. But yeah. Then there was iron processing. Hello Zadelier. Thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. I almost said follow. My brain is mush today. How was your stream? Did you also get access? Or were you running your previous run? How was your Workers and Resources stream? It is Monday. Was Monday your Workers and Resources day? I think it was. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite Shirt. We're playing also Workers and Resources with the upcoming Early Start DLC. We're trying to set up iron ore processing and export with the last amount of money that we have available. And it needs a lot of concrete and I don't have any production of concrete, so we're importing it from the border, which is a nightmare. Get DLC as well, so start the pain of random Siberia map. Lovely. I had some problems with the heating. That's why we have small heating plants in our city now, which works okay. It is killing the people in here though. Why is... I'm confused. Like, these houses are fine, but these ones are not. And the ones in the village? I guess they're also now dropping to 55. We all make sacrifices. Your sacrifices, your workers. Yes. Apparently. I should give them some vitamins. We built a medical university as our first university. And the first two researches were insulation technology, which didn't help us at all, unfortunately. And increasing birth rate, which probably will help. So we're just going to hopefully outpace the pollution. But yeah, in our village in the beginning, it wasn't really an issue with the pollution. Maybe it now kicked in. Maybe in 1940 the pollution is increased. Oh, that would be... that wouldn't be great. If suddenly your pollution affects you more. This building did not drop below 65 years of life expectancy. Random map did turn out pretty good with the terrain editor though. Cheers for the tip last week. You're welcome. Yeah, now these houses are at like 65. It could still be the low life expectancy from the heating crisis we had. We have to give it some time. It could still be that. I'm not writing it off yet, but this one looks very suspicious that it's like dropping the health that much. I'm not sure. So you weathered the heck out of the map and then repopulated it with trees? Sounds nice. I assume you also started in 1930. We're on the pre-generated Siberia map, so the terrain is pretty rough. But yeah, we had a large heating plant with a heat exchanger here, and these buildings didn't warm up. So I built a small heating plant, and it worked fine. And now everyone's dying from pollution. Yup to weathering, and yup to 1930. Excellent. I did say that the demand for electronics would increase up to like 1960. Not sure when that happens. Maybe there's like also mechanisms where pollution becomes more and more of a factor. 1,000 people are affected now. I need to give them vitamins. I might just have to like cancel low tech for this run for now. Otherwise we're not gonna go anywhere, I feel like. Because I don't think we're gonna set up loads and lots of villages. And I don't know. Let's just finish. Increase in birth rate and see if they can populate everything up again. Rare low-tech cancellation. You're already 1941, I'm only 10 years behind. Yeah. It's a race. Well, we only need the buildings. The mine, storage, processing plant, loading station, and the storage for the construction waste, and then we're ready. Probably set 1 or 2 train cars for construction waste, and then it should be good. Okay, the wood price went up a little bit, but it's flatlining again. And the board price dropped. Alright, you're right, you're right. So unload. Actually unload both, I guess. Yeah, unload both. And then go back into the depot. I'm gonna have some train cars available. That engine will pull the mine carts, the mine cargo wagons. No. Go back. Unload the boats too. Get those iron processing plants running ASAP. Well, they need concrete. 350 units worth of concrete. My excavator has arrived, thankfully. What's going on here? Where are you going? Oh, you're refueling here. Do we not have enough refueling vehicles anymore? We don't. I'm going to get another truck for that. Oh, gas AA oil trailer. Less engine power, more fuel efficient. Let's go. Much cheaper. Maybe the Russopaus are just gas guzzlers. I mean, the engine power is not that high, but comparing to 48 to 36, I guess, is a quarter less engine power, which could be a good investment. Also, I need to set my vehicle repairs back to a lower number, although I worry that we have accumulated somewhere. Not that much, actually. Let's go down to 30. I really want to build it here. Yeah, I'll just build it here, it's fine. Prioritize the scrapping of this building. Once the heating plant is gone, we can place our stuff over there. I could already set up the concrete plant. Oh boy. That is not good. That is a sign of a dysfunctional republic. A vehicle without fuel. I did increase our fuel transportation capacity by 50%. But that's not good. Refuel. Wherever you are. Where are you driving to refuel? Wow. Okay. At which year do we get better vehicles? Only 1960? There are some intermediate vehicles for most things. Like the GA's ZAA with trailer. But other than that, not so much. Yeah, 1952, yeah. Come out of the The customs house and want to immediately refuel. Everyone's struggling for fuel right now. We've overdone it. This is a crisis. Gonna bring fuel, and then I'll put you in the distribution office. Because you're better than the other one. 31 kilometers versus 55, and when the snow is melted, you can drive faster. Are we making profits yet? No, definitely not. Why would we do that? We're slow building buildings that require a lot of concrete at the moment without a concrete plant. Look at that. Rubber tires. I don't think our Russo-Balt had rubber tires. Highly advanced. Tires or wheels? The tires on the wheels. The wheels is the whole thing, the tires is the rubber stuff around them, is it not? Rubber tires? If it would be rubber wheels, everything would be floppy. It's boards above 3 rubles now. Boards didn't increase that much. I tried to trick the market, it made the boards crash more, but it came back. So we're gonna have a few more boards if we want to export them. I guess I'll set the other route back to like just continuously running and exporting, although I feel like it wasn't that efficient actually. But it's probably still better. So unload boards and get rid of these stops. They doubled in price since the lowest. Wood did, because I imported a lot of it, but boards didn't. I don't think. Nah, boards are still rubbish. Mega was right, they print money. Yeah, inflation money. It's horrible. Boards are terrible. It's like paying with a wet sock. 14,600 rubles worth of profit with boards before we did the import-export shenanigans. Then it was 30,000, but we also imported wood of 13,500, so it was still its own 16,000. Workers boards is profiting 340 per day, close profiting 317 per day. Yeah, if you can pay for all the fuel to transport the wood into the logging camps. Clothing does not have that much overhead. The logistical costs are eating up all the profits. The fuel cost is time. We're talking about the fuel cost for the trucks and the transportation of the boards to the border. For clothing, if you build the clothing factory here, you need one truck to do both. I disagree. The extra trucks are just continuously driving up the fuel price because of their existence. If you want to have as many logging camps to provide enough boards for 10 workers, it's gonna make a dent in the fuel consumption. And then the cost. But yeah, logistical differences compared to like 1960 start. I'm struggling providing enough coal for the small heating plants. Being like 2 kilometers away from the border. I love it. Need to adapt. Four more waste pickups from the heating plant demolition. I think this will be a nice area. I'll probably just set up another gravel processing plant and like we have one that produces gravel for like carrying to construction sites, and we have one that just produces gravel for the concrete and maybe asphalt plant. And then we drive it to this plant first, unload, and then if we can't unload everything, the rest in here. Oh, Mega Man, you did the math. You said you wouldn't do the math. Well, our fuel imports are the most expensive thing for running costs, and look how much they're going up. I'm not even buying that many more vehicles. It just keeps going up. The game really wants me to make fuel. I hate it. Why do I always have to make fuel? We're paying 400 rubles per... 450 rubles per ton of fuel now. Almost 4 times the starting price. It's because you're driving everything over to the other town through snow. Well, not the citizen goods, not the construction materials, just the fuel and the meat and asphalt and concrete. And some citizens like to work. Do you think the fuel price is linked to vehicles driving over snow? That would be hilarious. The fuel usage. I thought it was tiny. I'm just messing with you now. Welcome back. Well, it all will depend on if the iron mine will throw off enough of a profit for us, I think. And nothing else should die, hopefully. So many students. Such little time. Didn't I send you to the bus stop? I'm pretty sure I sent you to the bus stop. For the record, if importing the resources for production, the refinery currently has the best profit per worker for your market prices. Importing resources for the refinery is just printing money. I've never seen the refinery not be profitable, even with low oil and fuel prices. How long have you had access to the DLC? Did you stream yesterday? I didn't catch it. Yes. Have a family-friendly bot. We streamed the last 3 days, including this one. Way too long. Almost like... It's over 24 hours now, isn't it? Especially at current prices. Yeah. But I don't want to build another refinery. Because as soon as I build the refinery, the price is gonna crash. Is the city solely built on those streams? Yes. I mean, that's the second one. The first one is over here. Goshny, with our rail construction office and other things. I had access for it for a couple of weeks now. Yeah, but I never played a proper run. I did like non-realism mode testing with just like placing stuff. I haven't done any playthrough at all. If I can't talk about my playthrough, I don't do it, I think. I tried, but I think Workers and Resources has morphed into a game that I can't play by myself alone anymore. Only for testing, illegal to show. Yeah. Has more weight with an audience. I also like talking about it and showcasing stuff, yeah. It definitely feels nice if you can use that as like some sort of like tutoring, questions and answers and like whatever. Plus I guess here the enjoyment was like figuring things out like on the stream and not being like already in the know-how how things would work. I kind of like that. Like listening to Mega Monkey building the board production and then not getting any profit out of it. It's like, when will I learn, right? I should get Roadcraft and then make Mega Monkey watch how I build the asphalt road through the desert by not flattening and just spraying asphalt everywhere again. That was also fun. Mega Monkey remembers. One more waste pickup. And then we can build a new gravel processing with a concrete plant, maybe asphalt. Maybe everything and just phase this one out. That's not too bad though, it's like some extra storage for gravel. One thing I should stop is like the export of gravel, I think. That's like costing us so much fuel. Like just go away, you vehicles. Like this is probably the route that is making us bleed money like crazy. Let's like get rid of these. I know they were bringing stuff to the rail construction office and I have to kind of keep doing that, but I might just import some via from the border. Gravel is super profitable for your prices. Yes, but I'm not setting up both the iron and gravel processing via train, especially because gravel processing is kind of inefficient because it requires trucks to fill. We can maybe set up a loading station here. It's hooked up to the same rail line, but it would be lower capacity than the iron, I think. Is it no option to import more fabric and build one more clothing factory? It would reduce the margin, but it would probably be work. I don't know if I have the workers for it. How do you have those numbers when you didn't even do the math, Mega Monkey? You're just that good, I guess. Mega Monkey was enlightened. Could be, yeah. What? Okay. Oh, why didn't I think about this? Is Lopo still here? I have a new nickname. And Lopo would probably appreciate it. It's not about Lopo, but... I don't know, Mega Monkey, have you watched Dune? Because we've been talking about it previously. What if we just nickname you Mentad Monkey? Like from the video. Yeah. I wonder if there's a Peepo Mentad. Like a Peepo rolling back his eyes and like doing math. Does Bright Rightus. Oh no, does Bright Ratus. How's Atreides? Bright Radies. I dinner and the conversation is still on Dune. No, we just came back to it because I said like, what if we... Mega Monkey was doing a lot of math and I thought like, what about Mentad Monkey? The call must flow. That's a good one. I don't even have a scrapyard yet. Okay, maybe this route will reduce our fuel cost by a lot. There was 7 vehicles running through the snow continuously exporting gravel. I think we should try and be a little bit more judicious about the routes we're running, because carrying raw resources to the border for export by truck is maybe not the smartest idea. We could carry them by truck from the processing plant to a train station and export them, but then we can also just process them directly into a train station. Collator of stats. Okay. I can't really do much with the Dune puns. I played a board game about Dune, but... Put your hand in the box. I guess I know that one. And don't use that voice on me. Come Jabba. Are there sibilants? No. Oh god, no Mega Monkey, that was not permission to do, no! I'm gonna wake up one day and there's gonna be so many Sailor Moon emotes added to my channel, I'm gonna flip out. Why do you add like emotes for any single day discussion topics? Like, okay, today suddenly Dune came up and like, boom, immediately emotes for it. Why don't you make the Dune mode emote like the replacement for yes? Just turn Dune mode into yes, lowercase. So anytime someone writes yes, it makes that the emote. You would do that. It's topical. Yeah, it is. No, we cannot. Boykus is overrepresented. I was being sarcastic. Ow. Why is he getting flashbanged? Can you add the dune worm but make the emote called Lopo? That's called a hostile takeover, Lopo, that doesn't count. There's a couple of the worm thing. Yes, perfect, thank you. Now if someone... Wait, can you... Does the emote replacement also work if you make it exactly the name when Lopo gets pinged? So add Lolopod 2000. So every time Lopo gets pinged, he gets like the Dune emote instead. Getting him absolutely confused. I don't know if emotes support the add symbol, I guess. Mr. B, which vehicle shall we send you to the asylum? Well, which one do you think? The Rossobald, obviously. Probably the dump truck version of that. Dump truck, not dumpster. Ah, the add symbol didn't work. But maybe this still will work. Ah, okay. Well, let's try it. Nah, it doesn't work. Ah, what a shame. Oh well. Probably for the best, otherwise you could add root emotes to certain people. Obscure in-joke ruined, yeah. That emote counts as a emote that you wanted, so redo your math. That is so cursed. Oh my god, the life expectancy is just horrible. I don't know if I like that feature, if it is a feature like I think it is. It might still be just the health crisis hit us during a bad time and then it wasn't able to recover because of all the pollution during winter. I guess we'll have to see when it gets warmer and the heating plant stops running as much. We now have almost 2 houses full of highly educated people, so should be better. No. I think it's because the heat plants are running at high production. Maybe if you build more of them spread out around town, they will run at a lower production rate and thus less pollution. But nothing changed here. Like, I don't know why they're running at such high productivity right now anyway. It's like 8 degrees right now and they're like having trouble keeping up. Oh, this one is probably like prioritizing. Oh, that's bad. Why is this one getting the priority? Also, we can drop this down to 50, like even 13 degrees, I think. Because we have the insulation tech. This should be fine. I wonder if there's a building sucking up exorbitant amounts of heating. This production doesn't seem normal. I think it happened either after the prison, the courthouse, or the police station got finished. Let me try something. I'm gonna save. Vehicles. Vehicles in the building. Nope, still very high. So it's probably not that. What about the courthouse? Or is it just like this one is taking care of all the heating? We can also try the... Let's try the prison too, sure. Like, I'm going to reload, but I want to know. Prisoners are still in there. Damn it, game. I have to wait until they escape, I guess. Let's wait until the prisoners have escaped, then demolish the prison and see if the heating demand goes down by a lot. Because I feel like this is overkill. I'm gonna even fast forward. There we go. Let's see. No, that's also not it. Huh. I don't think I built anything else. Yeah, previously this heating plant was kind of prioritized. I don't know. That was the only buildings I could have thought of that maybe they had an impact. But I guess not. Rare reload. Does it change now? No. Some buildings built first are utilized first, if I recall. Not sure about heating. Well, this one was built first, but it's not being utilized first, unfortunately. Snow is gone. We have to act fast. More or less. 2 waste pickups. Unfortunately. Oh, looks like the waste here isn't keeping up anymore. So I'll have to add another truck and... Well, it might last until the incinerator is done. I don't know. We still need to build those too. Then we can bring the mixed waste to the incinerator only and then carry it from here to the border. I think I would alter the low-tech rule to allow you to start with some research points already available, because low-tech was kind of like balanced to make the start more interesting when you started in 1960. I think in 1930, with everything being like lowered, I think giving you like 5 research points from the get-go might be like a good balance change to the rule. Or like for every 10 years you start before 1960, you get 2 research points. So we would technically have 6 research points that we could spend right now. And either keep them, develop more housing, or whatever. That would, or like, I'm not sure if like 1 or 2 research points per 10 years is a good balance, but I would say 2. And then see if it's too easy. Does that match with the available research? Because I think there's more than 6 researchers new. There's this one, 1. Actually, do we have that much new research? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh. I guess it matches with the new research. Yeah. I think 2 research points per 10 years starting date is probably, before 1960 is probably a good idea. Otherwise reworking the whole balance with population is maybe a bit rough. And it gives you flexibility to do something early on to develop your republic to a certain direction without having to struggle for like settlements. Because building up more population early on is more difficult. But then again, if you start in 1950 and you only get 2 extra research points, you still have the extra tech. If you start in 1960, do you still need to research these? I haven't even looked yet. Like, these log modern industry behind something, right? I don't know if technology that is like past the date automatically gets unlocked. I want to test that right now. Sorry, we're doing some testing because that's kind of important. That's a quick and easy test, just loading into a new game with a default start, with a 1960 start, and see what technology is actually unlocked. It would make sense to auto-research. I don't know. The nuclear technology would also not be auto-researched. For example, gravel processing. It is available. So maybe it's only for any of the early start dates. Test stream on this channel? Yeah, no. Okay, the early start technologies are not available. It's a different tech tree. There's still the dates listed in it, but all of them are kinda achievable. Except solar power, 61. Okay, that's good knowledge. So I would assume in 1950 you would still have all the new technologies, so I guess just like 6 spare research points to start out with, which is all the new technologies. Regardless of the date, but we'll test that real quick. I'm gonna start one in 1950 and see if some of the tech is already available. He's feeling better, must be. Yeah, sure. Looking for any excuse to distract myself. So, modern industry is not available yet, so gravel should be locked. Yeah. But the power lines, the pylons, should be unlocked if the game would unlock per date. Like this one. It lists it here, so I don't think it's researched. Yeah. So it's either of the two technology trees, yeah. Then I would say with early start you get 6 free technology points, which matches the new technologies that are in the game, I guess. That would be, well, like, would be an easy way to maybe balance it more, because reworking a whole different balance with, like I said, with like population count and settlement numbers for the new number seems a bit rough. It might be a bit much, 3 points wise, because here in Siberia we're struggling extra hard. On other maps it's not that difficult setting up more settlements, but I guess it depends also on the map scope. And I guess with early start you are struggling with setting up extra settlements. Like even getting to 200 in our starting settlement was a bit difficult. And we haven't even gotten to 2,500 yet. So we're not cancelling low tech, we're just giving ourselves more research points, I guess. So I could research vitamins and build a castle to get distribution offices up. Chat was on board with that, so it's fair. I don't want to build the White House, that would look so out of place here. But I do like that as a castle kind of thing. Everyone likes castles, yeah. Yeah, sure, here. Close to this bay, I guess is fine. It's probably not going to be in range of a waste storage that way. Oh no, it would be. We can make it. And the rounded part with the tower should probably be facing towards where enemies would be approaching. Well, it gives us a party HQ. There's also a new technical university, of course, because the other ones require brutalism or Soviet modernism. And if you want to get those, well, you have to build that technical university first, which is going to be more of an investment than the small one. Yeah, I think these 6 research points will be good. It might also encourage people to do the same thing what I did, which is like medical university and then getting the ability to mess with the amount of population you have early. Probably not. People are very focused on industries, I guess. Like an early oil refinery with a train line hooked up to it could be a game changer. Okay, I'm going to spend one of those points. What size is the party HQ? It's a small party HQ. Wait a minute. We should probably build the party HQ. That requires more workers per student, but there's only a small version of it available. And it would fit aesthetically into the city. Looks like a small police station. Yeah, sure. We can go for that one instead. All these new buildings are so good, I agree. That's not that bad for a size that small. Yep. It's a 2-to-1 ratio for the workers to students. Which is okay. I guess we need more highly educated people here. The 2 buildings are full, pretty much, but they're still struggling for workers. It feels like. I mean, we can do the math, I guess. This requires 12. This requires 30, so 42. Do I have anything else? Don't think so. And these 2 are 40. Oh wait, the school, that's another 4, so 45 right now. 47, sorry. So if we turn one of these houses towards highly educated, might be more appropriate. Let that slowly tick over. I'm going to put 68 highly educated workers here, I guess. Oh, we could switch that one over. That one already has the option. There's already space in here. Not sure why, but probably because of high pollution. Why is this one not keeping up with the coal demand? Something is wrong with this heating plant. This is burning a lot more coal. I mean, this one triggers when it has cooled down a bit, but... I don't know. There should be 2 vehicles assigned here. Yes, and the extra one bringing the coal to the heating plant itself. I guess the trucks bringing coal here, if they can't unload at that storage, should just unload over here. And try that. 8-hour stream, who are you and what did you do to Mr. Streamer? Mr. Streamer succumbed to, after a way too long of a break of workers and resources, to the dreaded WNR curse. I am already eyeballing the clock because I haven't eaten in 8 hours, so I should probably stop the stream. And now that everyone would play in Super Deno, I guess that might be like as good of a time as any. I don't see any flaw with that logic. We can pause that construction. A WRSR diet can't end before iron is running. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Before iron is running. That's... help. Hey, the heating pipe finally got fully demolished. Now just that bit of road and then we can make our own concrete. I have to make concrete so I can eat. That's why it's called concrete. Of course it was. Wait, do we have better concrete mixers? Maybe I can get out of this whole situation by just buying better concrete mixers. The gas AA... no, that's horrible. 1 ton of concrete versus 4.5. Doesn't look good. Okay, demolition done. I wonder if concrete plant will get locked behind modern industry as well. Not sure if there's. We're looking for gravel processing first. I only need concrete, I think. But I could also set up the aggregate loading and move over to just this building. And if it fits, then we could also put the asphalt plant here, of course. They seem a lot more convenient with hooking up. Like a lot more flat and like easy to link to another building. Maybe I'm imagining that, but I remember the asphalt plant is already locked, okay. Yeah, the asphalt plant didn't even have footpaths. The other one. I think they are easier. So we would have to transport bitumen up here and cement. Do I want a bitumen tank? Probably not. Cement storage 20 tons. Bitumen storage 15 tons. It's probably fine. Alright. Let's redo that road because it's kind of bumpy and awkward. There we go. Has 2 unload spots for the asphalt plant. That's good. Wait, it has unload spots? It has 2 loading unloading stations instead of only 1. Awesome. Okay. There's a pipe connection. So retrofitting a bitumen storage here, quite easy. I wouldn't do that for cement though. I would, like, I could put an extra storage for cement somewhere to fill up, but they always feel way too large. Smaller cement storage would be cool. I don't need 1,100 tons of cement. I need like 100 tons or something. $1,100 cement silo would be great if it was 1/5 the size and capacity. Yep. Okay, all of this will have higher priority because it's gonna make us cement faster, concrete faster, and thus be more efficient, I guess. Just remove a 0 from the storage. Yeah, make it 140 and just leave everything the same, cost, size. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Just the fact that you have to engage with the old style of gravel processing that doesn't have the conveyor connection, I think is really enjoyable to me. Because I felt when they introduced the conveyor connections to the standard large gravel processing plant, they took away some of the strategy just for like pure efficiency's sake, where you could run mass quantities of gravel through a conveyor. But of course it also made sense if you wanted to use that as an export good. Or just transport huge amounts of gravel into a cement plant, for example. Where are all the excavators? Iron mine processing plant, huh? There's no concrete. Oh boy. Something's borked. Huh. I guess we'll save that and report that too. It might reset itself on save game loading, which we will try right away. Don't think that was an autosave right now. Might have missed it, but okay. I despawned something, but I think. Oh, maybe it was one of those construction vehicles that got stuck again. You remember the one dump truck we had on homemade infrastructure near Ruma? Where the vehicles just got stuck. Maybe I just teleported that one back because no vehicle here got removed, but it started working again. So I think that might be the case when I load the save again. Dump truck, yeah. Stupid truck. Oh, again. I think it's that one. Oh, there's tons and tons of vehicles inside of each other. And they're trying to go out like a tiny bit of road and drop resources here. Which doesn't seem to work out that well. Well, anyway, there's going to be an excavator in that construction site soon, and then it's going to go fairly quickly. There might just be too many vehicles here. Is it a bug V? I don't know. I think it's a bug. Might just be a weird coincidence of like the gravel processing being almost directly connected to the construction site. One more gravel, there it is. Three researchers from the medical university to start this run. I can't believe I kind of quietly agreed to setting up concrete before I can end this. Well, setting up the iron export before I can end the stream. Let me assemble the train. $50 tons versus 21 tons. The other one is just better. More than half carry capacity, 3 meters more length, not double the price, it's just better. No cableway, but we do have research points to spare now, I guess. But I haven't planned for a technical university yet. I could sell the other train cars, but they would count. Oh no, I don't think they don't count as used, I think, because they have no wear. But I still think you might not get the full sales price back. Yeah, I think there's something to that. I mean, I can attach one to the train and find out, I guess. I'm just gonna hook these up with dirt roads, I think. Well, the concrete plant at least, because it has more importance. Concrete to make a concrete plant. That has not changed. But not that much. Really? Could only carry 9? Okay. Everything in range of water, sewage and electricity. Workers can walk there from the bus stop. Should be no problem running these. It looks like a cable boat. Or a boat with a railgun on top of it. I guess the thing from 4.4 looks like a cableway car with a siege cannon on top. It's a Schwebebahn. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Okay, this does not have high priority. We can load gravel from the other processing plant for now. The asphalt plant does not have high priority. It's fine. The connection to the concrete plant has priority. The concrete plant itself and the gravel processing plant. And I did not plan for exporting gravel with that setup. It would probably be its own gravel processing plant attached to this, feeding directly into a storage for a train station. Because we don't want to suck out the gravel for the buildings here. Another research I want to do is Soviet functionalism. I do need a technical university. Would give us more options for larger houses. So in the future the route would be this processing plant, unload. If you can't unload, go to a different processing plant. One that can do gravel exports, I guess. We'll see what the iron does first. Gravel export wouldn't be too difficult to add, and it would make sure that the setup would have an overflow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sounds good. And then if it is quite nice and profitable, we can add another quarry that always feeds into the same processing plant. Those aren't too difficult to add. Can we establish the Seilbahn Anbetungs Glaubensgemeinschaftskirchen Gebäudeverwaltungsverordnung? No. But I can try. No, it's too long, doesn't fit. One more delivery of concrete, and the rest should go pretty quickly for the concrete processing. Concrete plant. I think we're going to set up a direct route for dry bulk, because it can always occupy a spot in the building. Should be okay. What? Just writing her in chat is like, to someone who's sick and has streamed 8.5 hours is like, I don't know. I can't decipher that riddle. I wonder if they're gonna add all the construction offices too. Oh, they don't need too much concrete. No. No. You're on your own. Writing it in chat is not saying it. No, it does not. I know it's a city or a village or whatever. I've heard a weatherman say it. It's a train station, longest by far. In name, yeah. Some people just like to overdo things. Oh, this is frustrating. I would buy just another train to put all the green train cars on a different train. Is that 20? Yes. 1,000 carry capacity for that train now. And we'll set 2 of them for construction waste. I think one of might be enough, but I'll set 100 tons. And the rest can be whatever. So we're gonna load iron first, and once fully loaded with iron, dump as much construction waste in there as you can, and then just go to the customs house. Those sound more sensible, yeah. I bet a lot more people have set those settlement names. I don't know if we can do it, guys, with the whole concrete setup. It's getting more and more difficult. That is not possible, because that requires technology. Modern industry, which is not available for another 15 years. It would be easier to replace the construction waste storage that feeds into the rail line with a construction recycling plant and just reusing the gravel. Or exporting it, I guess. Something to do for later. Oh god, this is getting bad. Just import other countries' trash and throw it in the river. What's the worst that could happen? Well, if the river flows back to the other country, it's a win-win situation. I wonder if I should pick up water. Nah, it's... I was gonna say I wonder if I should pick up water and sewage to and from the other city for Gugoshny, but I don't want to risk it in winter. What's the RCO working on? That. Being blocked by other train traffic apparently. That is also required to export iron, I guess. That's probably not gonna happen. It will probably be faster setting up another rail construction office over there, filling it with construction materials and gravel. And I don't know. Well, we got vitamins. One of our 6 free researchers. Means we have 5 left. Rail construction office right here, attached to the material storage, just bringing the gravel to the place. I would have to build a road around the storage because I did not plan for letting any road cross this place. I've used up so many vehicle depots. I got one more. Okay. That doesn't line up nicely with the factory connection. When is uranium mining available? 1940, if you research the tax. I don't think this is gonna work. How am I gonna get the workers over here? I didn't want to build anything on that side, and now I'm building a rail construction office. The first rail construction office was set up as a temporary one, and so will this be. Oh, this is horrible. It won't work, no. Because then I would have to get one of these stupid, slow, really awful construction vehicles again by truck to build the first bit of track before I can relocate the other one. I'm just gonna wait, it's fine. We can also look at it next time. It's like, maybe we're not gonna finish with that today. Maybe we're gonna set up the concrete plant and that's it. Maybe I won't listen to you guys. I just realized we also forgot the water here. Wait, what? This doesn't have any water pipes. Huh. Hello, Frontum. Welcome. Okay, I'll write that down, I guess. So that's unfortunate. It's probably still going to process concrete with the water from the substation, but it's going to go through that rather quickly. It does have drinking water in it, which I think is what they would use to make concrete if it can't get water otherwise. The other option is just deliver it via route. We can do that too. That means we're gonna have two vehicles heading in there trying to unload and wait until unloaded, and one of them has to like give way basically. Early patch? Maybe. Would still mean that we would have to rebuild the concrete plant, I think. Cannot store or export concrete, so seems to work. Probably with the drinking water. So you might be able to pipe it in there via the pipe on the water substation, I guess. Well, I guess we'll still try and add more water to it. Is the mixing ratio the same? 45, 10 and 30. Three times as much cement would be 135 gravel, and the more modern one requires a little bit less water, I guess. 5 cubic meters less water. No guys, we're gonna call it. I'm not doing this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Water tank there, and a car that drives between them? Maybe. No. There's no... Oh, you mean like a... I mean, I would have to build a water unloading station, which is quite sizable, so probably not. Anyway, that's gonna call it for today. You got an extra hour out of me. Maybe as a revenge, I will not stream tomorrow. I don't know. We shall see how it is. Maybe I'll stream some Clan Folk. I don't know. I really like this game right now. Lots of fun with it. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll raid you to someone. Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know. I don't know who to raid you to. I have 3 people who are racing. I have Stationeers, Hell Let Loose, Valheim, and Captain of Industry. One of them is a German stream. We could go into a different Workers and Resources stream. I don't think anyone else is streaming early start. I'll raid you to Nielski, who's streaming Fiat GT, a racing game, again. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too, like I said. Thank you very much for watching. Probably more tomorrow, we will see. And I hope you have a good start to your week. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.